Okay, we're live.
We're live.
I thought about that like, yeah, a cult. Like, aside from if you remove like the sexual abuse and like the religious fanaticism, and then like mass suicide, if they do that, take away all those parts, the rest of being in a cult sounds awesome.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah,
the leader fucks your wife all day, dude. That sucks.
That's what. Well, that's. Well, yeah, I guess.
You gotta make eggs for the whole cult while the leader's fucking your wife, dude. The cult sucks, dude. I don't want to be in a cult unless I'm the leader guy.
I don't know. There's one. Have you guys heard of? It's called 12 Tribes, and they have like yellow delis all over the place.
Yellow delis?
Yeah, so they're like restaurants, and they all and in each place they have these yellow delis. They have like a big farm set up, and so my boyfriend's friend from high school is now a part of it, and he was sent back to town for whatever amount of time. He was only here for like 6 months, and so we were like chatting with him. We had him over for dinner, and it sounds like really pleasant.
What? He's in a cult, and he came.
Oh yeah,
your boyfriend's friends in a cult.
Yeah.
Like a real cult, or like the kind of cult that like Theo Vaughn joined when he was in the desert. Like he can come and go. Is he like in a hippie commune?
Yeah, probably more of a hippie commune, but everyone around town just calls it a cult. So it's kind of like, but it's more of a commune. But like, also he's been sent to North Carolina now to meet a lady.
Oh, nice. Oh wait, he's getting set up.
Partner.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's getting dude. Actually, the cult's starting to sound pretty sweet. I don't.
Yeah. Like you're like, you guys would maybe fit nicely together.
Maybe what I'm thinking of is just like a club. Like a club would be nice.
Or we could just start going back to church again.
For church, yeah, just like a group of friends I could spend time with once a week, and then we just sharing like a task or something we enjoy.
It's kind of like we're doing here.
Yeah, just like a community, like a feeling of camaraderie amongst myself and some like-minded people.
Oh,
perhaps we held rallies. Rallies.
Oh, actually, so before we get started, I have a little video I want you to play down here. That one with the Native American faces. Can you play that, Dalton?
Yeah, we're already started. By the way, welcome to Saturday Night Cornfed. It's me, Dalton. Dave Wright is here. Hello, Dave, and we're joined by Nikki Champagne.
Hello, folks.
I think most of the fans will know Nikki from Skankfest. Those who've been attending Vegas have seen Nikki there before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there most years.
Yeah, I didn't do last year. I didn't do last year either. Yeah. 3 years in Vegas would be too much.
Yeah, it was just a little. The second year kind of lost its luster for me. So by the third year, I was just like,
Same. So the second year, it was cool because I knew what was going on. So I got front row for everything. But I also felt like I was going through the motions, like the excitement of the year before. It was like, it just didn't add up because you're in the same venue doing the same thing. It just felt like Groundhog's Day a year later.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I feel like that sometimes. Like I'm a spectator of my own life, but I'm not actually living it myself. Anyway, so what do we...
Oh, so actually play this. Wait, don't play it yet. Hold on. Don't play it. Pause. I want you to play it, but she's from Canada. We got to do a land acknowledgement first.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So before we start the podcast, it's just do a quick little land acknowledgement to the Native Americans whose land we stole digitally, probably too. And so we'll just take a moment here and listen to some of this music for the land acknowledgement here.
Okay.
And go, producers. It's actually a pretty cool band. Have you ever heard this? You do this with Justin Trudeau, Okay, that's enough.
Dude, that sounded like the Macarena.
So that's enough. Trudeau will be happy with you now that we did that for the beginning of the pod.
What does that have to do with Canada?
They have to do a land acknowledgement for the Native Americans.
Before everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
before you like
really?
graduate, before I just saw they were doing one for I think it was a missing child. It was like what was it, a police report or something, and they're like spent like a good minute and a half just doing the land acknowledgement before they got into the info for the missing child. And it was like, can we maybe hurry this up? Like
I'm a man of culture, Dalton. I'm an international traveler, so I know this culture stuff here that we have to do for these foreigners when they come to our country.
But what does that do for the natives? Is it because they're not going to give it back?
Nothing.
Dalton, it's socialism. It's about the social element. It's not about true, real.
It's not like they're saying. It's not like they're saying like, and we're going to give the land back. They're just saying, we stole it.
We're acknowledging that we stole it. It's actually kind of a spit in their face before everything.
Yeah, it seems kind of rude. It seems kind of like boasting about it too. I'm like, look, we took it. And that's that. Anyway, here's the prime minister.
And in case you forgot, we acknowledge that we took it again.
Yeah.
What do we had that for a while. So they were doing the kneeling before the anthem, which is like the equivalent, I guess.
Was that not a Black Lives Matter thing though?
It was, but that's like the closest thing I can think of that we did in the United States for a while is before the national anthem. They were like, we're going to kneel, but we're still going to do the anthem. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like, America sucks. We're going to do the anthem, but we're going to fake protest by kneeling, but we're going to do it anyway. So it's like, we stole the land, but we're going to acknowledge we stole it
I don't think that was like a thing that that was just like black people were doing that.
Yeah, but there was some liberal white ladies in there too. Probably some Jewish ladies.
So, but that was like, because like Colin Kaepernick was never that good of a quarterback.
Yeah.
So like to garner any sort of relevance in the culture, he just decided to start kneeling during the national anthem. That way nobody would ever realize that he wasn't that good at football. I mean, he's better than probably like almost anybody that's ever played football.
He's better than me, probably.
At the pro level, I guess he was lacking. Who knows? I don't know.
He had a kick-ass afro. I wanted an afro when I was a kid for the longest time.
Yeah,
is that just me?
Get one. Like you could just wear a wig or go get
I've worn a wig before. Yeah, I've done everything to my hair, but an afro. I braided it, I spiked it, I dreaded it, I shaved it, I had it long. No, that's it. I'm glad I got it out of the way because I don't have hair anymore.
I'm as a white Latino, my hair. It doesn't grow like into an afro, but it does get really curly.
Yeah. So we just found out like 2 weeks ago that Dalton's actually Latino and not white as he always thought.
Well, it's not like I knew that for a while. Like
he just came out of the Latin closet.
Yeah, I guess I just revealed it to everybody that I don't know like to what extent. It's just that my
I think he just wants to say spick all the time.
No, personally. I don't. I'm not one for slurs.
Well, it's not a slur for you.
Yeah, no, I try
it's a slur when I say it.
I try to abstain from that kind of language, but no, I knew for a while because my granddad on my mom's side was he was some kind of Cuban or something, but I don't know like how much of my DNA, my heritage is Latino. I just know that he was definitely. I mean, his name was Evelio, which is like a Cuban name, I think. Cruz, Cruz. So, take that.
That checks out.
It's kind of like Joey Diaz when I look at him, I always thought he was Italian for the longest time. To find out he was Cuban I still can't wrap my head around it.
Really?
Yeah.
I can kind of, but like, I mean, his last name is Diaz, but he just has such a fat Italian Staten Island type guy. He's from Jersey. He's not from Florida.
Guess so, eh?
So I don't know why. Yeah. But I got my racism mixed up.
Italians are pretty swarthy. So there's like a Venn diagram between Italians, Jews, and Mexicans. where the like you hit, sometimes they can all like look like the same thing.
Especially when they get older.
Because there's a few different types of Jews as well, and the more like Sephardic type Jews, Jerry Seinfeld, like the older he gets, the more Middle Eastern / Mexican he's beginning to look. Like
Really?
back in the 90s, back in the 90s,
Yeah.
he looked just like a white Jewish man.
Yep.
But the older he gets, he's starting to look more like System of a Down.
What about
he's starting to look kind of like Syrian.
Adam Friedland is starting to kind of look more like Howard Stern as every day passes, and Howard Stern is starting to look like someone's grandmother.
Yeah. Well, was it you because I mentioned Fran Lebowitz to somebody, and they pulled up a picture of her, and they were like, "Oh, this is just Howard Stern."
No, no. I mean, that sounds like something I would say.
I think it was Craig. I think it was Craig. I asked Craig. It was on one of the Patreons we did, I think, for Crowder Boys. I asked him if he knew who Fran Lebowitz was, and he pulled up a picture of her, and he goes, "Yeah, this is Howard Stern. I used to listen to this show."
Wait, Fran Lebowitz.
Fran Lebowitz. She's like a.
Oh yeah, she does look like Howard Stern and Adam Friedland. Yeah.
She's great. Her collections of essays are great, and all of her little whatever she does now. I guess she technically does. Honestly, whatever she does now, I guess would just be stand up, but she calls it speaking engagements.
Yeah, she was cute when she was younger. Yeah. There's a picture of her grilling butts when she was younger.
In that little pantsuit when she can go on Letterman.
Yeah.
Nikki, do you know who we're talking about?
You gotta pull up a photo for her. Let's pull up the one of her when she was younger here.
She's like a I don't even know, like a culture.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this present you an image here of when she was younger.
I don't even know what you would what her actual
was
job
she like an actress, or was she is she like a Kim Kardashian that doesn't do anything but is just famous?
No,
she was Jewish. She was
a writer. She wrote 2 collections of essays in the 80s, and then just kind of stopped writing after that, and then would just go on like talk shows and then tour doing like speaking things. So she never calls herself a stand-up comedian.
I put a picture of her when she was young
she basically does stand up, but it's like a version of stand up where she'll just like sit on a stage with Martin Scorsese, and then they'll just have a conversation with each other. So I guess it's like, I guess she just does like a really expensive podcast with Martin Scorsese every now and then where they tour, and then she says things very Jewishly and he laughs at her.
I put 2 pictures in the presents.
Yeah, that's Howard Stern.
She's cute there. She's got but she's cute there when she was younger. She's got a symmetrical face. I mean, she's not my style, but she's not ugly. She's symmetrical.
Dave, that is just a Jewish lesbian, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you just say like she's not my cup of tea. But she's like symmetrical.
Dude, the
tea done mildew. You know when people have like crooked faces?
Yeah,
this is her now.
Sometimes a crooked face looks good. I feel like, she looks like an old lady that would talk a lot about ideas that I'm not into.
Yeah, that's kind of her whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is kind of probably what you saw where she looks like. People are probably wondering why we think she looks like Adam Sandler and Howard Stern. This is
we go.
What her headshot now.
She has a brief role in Wolf of Wall Street. She plays a judge in that movie in a pretty funny scene. Oh, nice. $9.99 from Drew Huntley. Rafael Fernandez Lopez. A.K. Rags is a question for Nikki. Oh, this is a question for you, Nikki. Well, what you getting into tonight?
Nothing. I'm an old lady, and it's past my bedtime.
Thanks for the super chat.
I appreciate you coming on here. You're old.
Can I tell you what? I mean,
old, but
I don't know Nikki that well. I wouldn't say we're acquaintances, but I wouldn't say that we're friends. We're somewhere in the middle. And
Yeah.
when I first met her, what was really impressive about her is she won we had talked the day before and hung out a little bit. She won the fight, and she was just like, I hope I made my dad proud, was the first thing she said to me. And I was like, you did, little Nikki. Pat on the head. So she seems like she's a good girl. Yeah.
I told him whenever I was going up to fight, I'm like, you can watch it like live on this thing. And then he was calling me. He's like, how do I get into this thing to like watch it live? And I was like, I don't know. I can't help you, but
yeah, you tell them you need to tweet at Louis J. Gomez.
Yeah,
tell them that this is not working.
yeah.
Well,
you want a refund.
I did record all the rounds. I just knew when we talked the day before that you were going to win. And so I recorded all your rounds. Well, I saw the competition. They were like,
one lady came with her own gloves and mouth guard, and I was like, okay.
yeah, but she didn't work out. You can tell, like, even Kim, who doesn't really work out, she does jujitsu and she does like Stairmaster and stuff, like lady workouts. So like girls that join boxing, like Jordan Jensen's been boxing for like 3 years. I could smash her with, I've never boxed in my life. I could take her in one punch. There's nothing Jordan Jensen could do to stop me. She would have to tase me. So
that's just kind of it. No matter how hard we try, we're not going to win against men. Like a man that doesn't work out is probably going to take me down.
But you can size it up
of the time.
So I could still size up all the competition. The only person I thought would be Kim. And like Kim was winded after a round and a half.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I was really bad at musical chairs, and I should have trained for that, I think.
So wait, what's going on? So this is like they do boxing, they do fights at a comedy festival?
Nikki can explain it. She was part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had I think the year before I had heard Jay talk about it on the bonfire, and he was talking to one of the girls that did it the year previous. They do it was Ellis Mania. I don't think Ellis has gone back. He came back the second year, but he didn't go back after that, I don't think. And it was musical chairs boxing. So if you didn't get a chair, you had to box, and then it just kind of went round by round. But they did a whole bunch of other ridiculous boxing related things as well. Like they had blindfolded shot collar boxing, I think, too.
So this was Skankfest 2022 in Vegas, and they had Ellis Mania subcategory outside, and Nikki signed up to box for the musical chairs element of it. Yeah. She did really well.
Yeah. That would stress me out, dude, because musical chairs is already gives me so much anxiety. And then you throw in, like, I'm going to get my ass kicked if I don't get a chair.
Well, the thing is, Nikki did the exact opposite. She was like, oh, I'm going to kick everybody's ass. So the very first round, she loses musical chairs and has to fight. Then her Canadian politeness kicks in and she loses again and she fights again.
Because they had.
Oh, they wouldn't let you fight again.
No, they had one too many chairs out for the first one. And they're like, oh, we got to get rid of a chair. So I was like, here's my chair. Like, we're going again. And like, oh, no, you can fight now. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm going. I mean, I wasn't looking. I was honestly going in to get punched in the face because I had read, it was a guy that he was a writer for The Office, and he wrote a book of philosophy or like breaking down, ethics. He wrote a book commenting on different ethical problems, and one of them was like, should you punch your best friend in the face? And then I was like, I've never been punched in the face. I'm going to Skankfest. I should probably get punched in the face. This would be like the best way to get hit in the face. Like,
yeah. So was it like a bucket list type philosophy thing that they're talking about, or?
No, it was just like general moral questions and ethics, like the railroad train one where you have one friend on one track or five strangers, like
the trolley problem.
Kind of like the Beast games, the Beast games in the book. Yeah.
Oh my god! Like
so the idea
Mr. Beast
was
game stuff.
Did you see the Beast games?
I watched the first couple episodes and I was like, oh, I'd be out in the first one. I'd be like, okay, have fun, guys. Good luck. Like,
yeah, you could just take the money up front, take 10, 20 grand based on the odds or whatever. But there was, towards the end, there was one where they don't know. He keeps switching it up and they're on train tracks and they have to make that decision. and then he does put the
Oh.
friends on one, and they put a friend on one and an enemy on the other. But then the enemy gets to pick who's going to be on theirs, so he knew and picked another friend. So then the woman's choice was to take out, she had to take out a friend. So she could either take out a friend and one stranger she kind of liked, or her enemy and a friend. And so
that's tricky.
Yeah, but
no.
so she went up against Kim Congdon in the second to last round, and then which I have the video for below, and then I also have the video where she wins. They're both less than 2 minutes, so I figured we could watch them or we could not. But I think they're pretty fun to watch.
Multimedia,
nostalgic. Yeah.
Well, let's see. I don't know if I've seen all this because this all happened when I was infirmed. So
this is her if you look behind Kim Congdon, you'll actually see Jake Shields was there. So she had MMA fighters in the crowd watching as well.
Yeah, he was there, eh?
Yeah.
Pop in the jack. Nikki with the right, lands the left. Kim comes back. Nikki with a straight.
Nickel shot.
Kim trying to circle. Nikki trying to trap her. The right hand and the left.
30 seconds.
Come on. Oh, Kim eats one. Comes back with a flurry. Don't look away, Nikki. Oh, nice dodge by Kim. Oh, eats one. Eats another one.
wow.
Very sportsmanlike, lady sports lady like.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Go. 5, 10 seconds. In or out. Who wins?
This was probably the best. This was the best match of the day.
What a fucking fight!
Yeah, all of the ladies I felt really bad hitting in the face.
Wow.
So if you watch that, and not to be, I'm not going to be too objectifying with you, Nikki, because you do have a boyfriend or whatever. But like I was saying earlier, you can clearly tell by looking at Nikki's physique and Kim's physique, which at first glance you would think measurements wise they're similar.
No, the first thing I noticed was Nikki is much more sturdy.
Yeah, you can even see her arms. Like Kim's arms are typical female arms where they're like jiggly. She's got they have similar owl shape, whatever. You could tell Nikki lifts and power lifts, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like you see Nikki going into the ring versus any other woman that's got jiggly arms when they raise it up, and she actually has a bicep. You're like, oh, they're going to die. Like it's going to be rough. Yeah, like so.
Also,
it was
Kim,
nice that Kim, though,
was boxing in overalls, which I feel like is maybe
yeah
not the best attire. I feel like that's
Oh yeah, no.
yeah.
like,
This was Ellis Mania. This is Ellis Mania. This was not a sanctioned match. So
right.
No.
yeah, but it was still fun. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
it
the
was
crowd
great.
got a kick out of it.
Like-
I think it's great that you got to test yourself.
Yeah.
When you're in the moment there, right? Like obviously you're kind of aware of what's going on. But like you have just punched Kim pretty hard in the face twice. Then you guys fell.
Which is something a lot of us have wanted to do for some time.
I mean, a lot of Puerto Rican men probably have done. But then you very nicely help pick her up off the ground. So how do you how intense mentally are you in the match that you have the whereabouts to like be kind to pick her up, but also just smashed her in the face twice?
I mean, I would say, I don't go into anything really intense to win. I go into things to have fun. So I wasn't
Yeah.
really like super beat the shit out of her. It was just like, okay, we're hitting each other. This is what we're doing. But also like we're hitting each other for fun. So I don't want to hit her I didn't want to hit anyone and harm them. Like this is supposed to be a fun time. So yeah,
right.
I don't know.
You
It's
got
like
a couple of good pops off in there though.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never fought anyone beforehand, so I was just kind of like, we'll see how it goes.
You never got into a scrap at school or anything?
No.
Or do you have a brother?
No,
Nothing
I
ever?
have a younger brother who's like 4 years younger, so
Yeah.
nothing there. No,
Oh,
no,
good for you.
we're pretty polite up here. Like,
Yeah, simple.
You ever
You're a farm girl,
choked
right?
anybody? Sat on a guy's face?
Pardon?
No, wait. Dave tells me that you keep bees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you watched that Jason Statham movie? Did you
I
get
was just
tricked by
about
the
to
Jason
ask.
Statham movie?
I was about to
Well,
ask
it's the
him,
whole thing.
have you seen The Beekeeper?
Yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
awesome.
Did you get tricked by it? Were you like, oh, a nice
Kind of. I
beekeeping
was like,
movie?
Yeah. It's like, oh, what's this going to be? And then it was just like a revenge movie. And it's like, oh, okay, here we go again.
What I like about the movie, what's interesting is that it is established from the beginning that he is an actual beekeeper. He keeps bees, but then he's also is a former member of an elite, like a tier 1 operator, a squad that exists like outside of the government for like the big jobs that even the regular tier 1 operators can't handle, called the beekeepers, right? But the beekeepers, the tier 1 guns and fighting squad, are not actual beekeepers. They're just called that because of some like convoluted metaphor about protecting the hive, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's an interesting plot point that he was a beekeeper, the government beekeeper, whatever they are. But then when he retired, he said, "You know what? I'm going to actually keep bees now." No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The movie doesn't show you that anyone else, that the beekeeper is also an actual beekeeper. That's just the name of the whatever they are.
Do you know for sure that he was a beekeeper in the government before he was a beekeeper in reality?
Yes,
I mean,
the
because
movie,
maybe he became a beekeeper, then they named it beekeeper because he joined the elite squad, and then he retired back to beekeeping.
No, the movie like makes it clear.
I feel like I thought he was like a beekeeper after.
Yeah, it's after
Like,
the movie.
I've never
left.
seen it.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
I thought
the
he got
movie,
into it afterwards to be chill.
Yeah, the movie kind of like explicitly demonstrate, like it shows you that he's basically the John Wick of the, like he's like a John Wick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then something compels him at some point to retire. So by the time we're meeting him, the movie starts, he's actually a beekeeper. And he's living on this old lady's property. They're like friends, and she's letting him live there, and he like keeps his bees and gives her honey. And then she gets she gets Indian scammed. She gets
Indian
like,
with a dot, not Native American.
Well, it's funny because like the movie,
we just did the land acknowledgement. I just want to make clear that everybody knows.
And that's like the cool thing. That's the really cool thing about the movie, is what spurs the inciting incident that drives the plot. Is it's like elderly people falling victim to phone scams, and in the movie, it's like these complex state of the art call centers that are doing it, and it's all like white people doing it, but like in the real world, we're just like, come on. If this was actually a movie
from India,
yeah, if this was actually like realistically about a guy who's going to track down a call center scam operation, he's got to like get a passport and go fly to India.
Can I just say, I mean, and Nikki doesn't have to answer this, but from talking to Danny Polachuk, Canada is home to a lot of Southeast Asian Indian men now.
Yes, I was at the mall last week, and I was like standing there. I was getting a bubble tea or something, and I looked around me. I was like, I don't see a single white person around me. Toronto is really bad, and out in Vancouver, it's pretty bad as well.
Oh, nice. Wait, where were you? You went to the shop. You went to a shopping mall.
Yeah.
Where?
They're in Canada, so they have stuff like we had in the 90s.
In Toronto?
No, I'm up in Kingston.
Kingston?
So, like, really...
Mount Zion, Kingston. Like that. Like Sean
Not
Kingston?
that Kingston, but close.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, we get a lot of Indians up here, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them if
Yeah,
you go down
Danny
to
said,
Toronto.
and Ryan mentioned this, but I only heard that on the show. But I've talked to Danny about it actually 2 years ago. And, no, 3 years ago now. And he was saying when he went back home, he was like, because they're in New York, then they just
Yeah.
was like, whoa, what is happening here? And it felt like it happened overnight. Like you
Oh,
just
yeah.
woke up one day.
Well, yeah, like the Liberals are just bringing so many people into Canada, and it's just like we don't have room. Like we have space, but we don't have the infrastructure for more people or the housing
Yeah.
or the jobs or anything. So it's just, it's fun. It's
Did the guy
fun.
with the
We just
eat-
had our election, and it's a
Did the guy
nightmare.
with that eats the apple win?
The guy that eats
No.
the apple.
Remember the guy that eats the apple all
No.
calm and collective when
No,
he's
that guy was
he's
like
getting
right
harassed?
wing. He was like a conservative guy. I think
Yeah, that's right wing.
No.
Trudeau, they said Trudeau is out, right?
Trudeau's out, but I think they
Trudeau-
elected like a more left wing guy.
No, Trudeau stepped down like 2 months before the election, and then Mark Carney came in to be the leader of the Liberal Party, and then he just got reelected back in because he's like a fresh face, so everyone's trying to forget what Trudeau's done for
Wait,
the last
his name
8
is
years.
His name is Carney.
Yes,
That
yeah,
makes sense. He's a
he's like,
politician.
Yeah. Wait, you know you need is
They're
what was
all
that guy's
Carneys, if you
name?
ask me.
Rob, what's his face? That's who you guys need.
Ford.
Rob Ford should run the country.
Is it Rob or Doug?
I think it was Rob. Who's the
I think
who's the
Rob-
cokehead? He might even be dead.
I think Doug died, and then
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
took over.
The
Yeah.
guy that was smoking crack.
Dude,
Yeah.
we had a crack smoking guy in Providence, Rhode Island, down when I lived there for a while. There was tied with the mob, dude. The city was never better. When the mob was running things, it was really good. Get some Italians in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are bees like?
Pretty chill. I don't know. It was just something that I kind of got into because I wanted to try something new. But I mean, honeybees are kind of, it's very peaceful. It's very calming. You have to go in like very chill.
The bees we get
Safe.
around here are very dangerous and violent. I try to stay away from them.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I mean, honeybees are not native to North America. So like all of our native bees and wasps are a little bit less chill, and even honeybees aren't chill. I've been stung in the face a couple times and it's blown up, and I've looked like who was the monster from the Goonies?
Sloth.
Slaw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ruth.
I got a good picture of Slaw.
So wait, how long have you been keeping bees, Nikki?
Like 6-7 years now.
Oh, that's a good. So what? Like you were watching like YouTube videos about it and said I wanted.
No, I just like I think I can't remember. Yeah, no, I was working at a farm and there was a lady there keeping bees, which probably piqued my interest. And then I took a course like in person, like an 8 class over the course of a summer course, like hands-on how to learn
Oh,
to keep them.
what grade did you get? A B? What is this? Oh, there's a picture of Sloth. Oh, okay, it's Lewis.
It's Lewis's Slaw from one of the greatest posters of all time.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is nice.
Old school flyer for the old school fans.
Okay, so you were working on a farm. There were bees there. You went to bee school.
Yeah.
You went to bee college.
Bee college, yeah. Bee university.
So when you graduate bee school, is there like a counselor there who helps you like navigate from the college to actually taking care of bees, or is it just like now you have to go? Now you've learned all the bee skills.
Wait, hold on a second. I
Right.
must have missed. I zoned out because I was thinking of jokes. You actually went to bee school to learn this? You didn't
No, I
go on
took a class like no.
you went
I
to
took a
YouTube?
class. No, I took a class in person, and it was like
Okay.
3 hours every Saturday, once a month for the course of a summer. It was not like
Oh, it's like
a
defensive
pass or
drive.
fail.
Okay, that's still good. That's still
Yeah.
good. I
Yeah.
thought for me, I thought you might have just like bought some boxes offline, went on Craigslist and found a queen and then like just
Oh.
looked at YouTube videos, whatever. You actually
No.
went to
Yeah,
do all
no,
the
I
stuff.
actually like
Yeah.
I took time to learn. Whenever I was like doing my first honey harvesting, actually, I went to go buy this electric extractor from a man that you put like each of the frames into, and then it centrifugal force spins out all the honey.
Yeah.
And then you can just like siphon it into a bucket and put it in jars from there. So I think I must have been like 22 at the time, and I like left at 7 on a Sunday and drove like 2.5 hours away, and I did not tell anyone where I was going to meet
Oh,
like a
no.
man off Craigslist to buy like one of these things.
And it was
And
Jason
I
Statham.
Oh no.
No.
It's,
Okay.
it's a little bit better than that. And I pull up and it's this rundown farmhouse. The guy, first off,
This is at
does not
7
have a
p.m.
phone. No, 7 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. All right. Smart.
Yeah.
Smart. I was like, all right, thought you were
Um,
dumber than
No,
I was
no,
like,
no.
oh,
No, I
okay.
went to buy it during the day.
Yeah.
And so I pulled up and like super rundown farmhouse. The guy does not have a phone. He had his neighbor working his Kijiji for him. And I pulled up and I like went and knocked on the door, and I'd left my phone and keys in the car, and I was
What's
just like,
Kijiji?
oh.
Is that Canadian
Yeah.
Craigslist?
yeah. So I
Okay.
found him on Kijiji.
Yeah.
I just wanted to keep it simple for y'all. But yeah, I'd left my phone and my keys in the car. I knock on the door, and this like giant man comes out. He's like in his 50s, but he's like a big guy, and he's missing half the fingers on this hand, almost all the fingers on this hand.
Hell yeah,
And he's
dude.
like,
Sounds
yeah,
cool.
he like comes out.
These bees sound powerful.
Yeah.
Strong bees if they took his fingers.
He comes out, he's like, oh, the extractor's like right here on
He
the
had
porch.
so
I
much
was
honey,
like,
he got,
okay,
probably got the
great.
diabetes.
Oh yeah. Well, but he's like, do you want to come see like my beehives with me? And I was like, sure, why not?
Oh,
And as soon
no.
as I started walking back with him, I was like, oh, this is where I get murdered.
Yeah.
This is it. I'm with a strange man. Nobody knows where I am, and I'm walking back.
Well, what is he going
back
to use
to
to
his
hold
property
the?
with him.
What's he going to use to hold the murder weapon?
I don't know. You can figure it out. Like,
Is he gonna
you can just
kickbox
like
you to
hook
death?
around and strangle me or something.
His
Who
poor
knows?
wife, she can't get fingered. She can only get fisted.
Come on, man.
Hey, folks.
Come on.
But he actually turned out to be a
$5.
But he was a sweetheart, and you guys became friends, and he helped you with the bees from there on out.
Yeah, actually, I got a phone call from him like a year later. I picked up the phone. He's like, "Hey, Nikki, like, how are you?" And I was like, "What is this?" Like, he's like, "You bought the extractor off me," and I was like, "Hi, yeah." And I was chatting with him, but yeah, I walked into that. I was like, "Oh, this is how I die.
Yeah.
This is it."
Yeah, because you found a new hobby, and that's how a lot of people get killed. Is they think they're gonna finally go, start working on their new hobby, and then they go meet somebody from the internet to buy.
I tried to go camping.
Hiking, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to get Nikki to come camping at White Mountains because we only live like 6 hours apart. I know Canada's in New Hampshire that far, and I think she thought I was going to Gabby Petito her. Gabby Petito had just died in a van recently, so
Right.
women were on edge back then.
I will say what was going to be my first date with my boyfriend was him inviting me to go van camping with him, like 4 hours away to go mountain biking for the weekend. And it didn't end up happening, but I was like, I need to check myself because I agreed to that. It's like, that'd be a fun time. Like,
because he's 6 feet, he's like 6'4". That's why. And women are just like,
No.
oh, you're 6'4".
Oh, yeah.
I'll go wherever you want. Where do you want to kill me? I'll meet you there.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was on more than a couple first dates. I was like, okay, this is where I want to die, just in case this is how it's going. Like,
Yeah.
take me to these
Men-
woods, like put me down peacefully.
Can I just say, like, women think, I'll just tell you from a guy's perspective, right? Guys aren't trying to murder you. Now, raping you, they're probably going to do. If you act cool during the rape, you're not going to get murdered. It's because you don't act cool during the rape. That's when you get axed. She can probably get out alive if you just act cool during the rape, then run and get the police.
Yeah, or like if I'm getting kidnapped, do I go along with it? Do I fight? Like, I don't know. I feel like I'd
Well,
live a
you
little
want
bit
to
longer.
fight and scream as they're trying to get you.
All right, hold on. So
Yeah.
you worked on a farm, you went to bee school, and then you bought a honey extractor from a fingerless farmer. And so then what's the next step to keeping, like, how do you go from there to like keeping bees? Like you
So
still do it to this
you,
day, right?
yeah, I do.
So you got bees
So
right out
you,
there in the yard right now.
no, not
Eating
right now. They did not make it
pollen.
through the winter.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, you had to bring
Yeah.
that up, didn't you, Dalton?
No, this is this is like interesting to me is the bee, because it's like
I have
how
questions
many
too.
people you meet who do beekeeping? You know, this is
I told
like
you it was
a cool
having her
thing.
on was going to be interesting. That the fans would love it. You'll love her.
I
She's a
want to know.
sweetheart.
So you go to the fingerless farmer and buy his honey extractor, and so then what you got to procure bees, or what do you do next?
She already had the
So,
bees. She's trying to procure the
yeah,
honey.
you got to get the bees. You got to get the bees. Well, no, you got to get all the supplies. So you got to get the boxes and the frames and the bottom board and the top board and everything. And then you get the bees off of another person on Kijiji. So you go
So
to another stranger's house an hour and a half away.
so you just go
And
on Canadian Craigslist, Kijiji, and in
yeah,
the search bar you type bees.
yeah, bee nukes, like nucleus colonies. And
Okay.
then there you'll find people only in the spring, maybe to late summer will they have them. But yeah, they'll be up there and people will have them for sale.
Shout out to Broseph. Broseph
Yeah,
could probably get you.
European honeybees. The Africanized ones are dangerous.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah.
people give me money. People give me money every now and then, and I got to put it up on the thing to acknowledge. We did a land
Yeah.
acknowledgement, and then I regularly will do money
Acknowledgements.
Money acknowledgements.
So Broseph Smith is a licensed whatchamacallit, exterminator. So he
Oh,
probably runs into bees. I wonder if they could do a side business where if they can get the queen bee in the bees instead of exterminating, if you could sell the
you
nucleus
do
like
a
you're
lot of
saying
the
to
time.
people.
Like you can call in beekeepers. And there's a whole bunch that do like TikToks and reels and stuff
I
of
was going to
them
ask you about that. Yeah.
rescuing colonies. Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
you get one of them suits with the?
Oh yeah.
You got the white
Yeah.
suit with
That
the
was my
thing,
question
the
next.
helmet.
So there's that blonde lady, that cute blonde lady that goes on Rogan and stuff, that does the TikToks, that goes in there raw dogs it. And
You
so
can.
yeah, she's just in there raw dogging the bees, and she's so calm that supposedly she doesn't give off the smell that makes them sting you.
They can smell fear.
Yeah,
It's a
so
spear pheromone. Yeah.
yeah, so
They're
she
very
gets bit a little
wise.
bit, but not as much. But the average person, you're getting the full suit on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it depends on like what the temperament of your bees are. Like I've had some hives that are like shitty and you don't want to deal with them. And other hives that are just like they're all very chill and you can go in without a suit and they're not going to sting you. Like it really does depend on the breed of the queen. There's a
right.
university in Toronto that has an island that is remote enough on Lake Ontario that they're actually breeding bees out there. And so they've finally developed like their own Canadian buckfast queen. And they have a nice temperament, but like some of them are
What?
nasty.
What kind
Like
of
the queen
queen?
bees
Buckfast?
have buckfast, yeah.
What was that?
It's just the name of the island where they bred her.
Oh, it's
said
the
that
name of the
It's a
island.
bee, it's
Yeah.
a bee breed. It's a bee breeding island.
program. Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I thought Buckfast was a brand of bee, or not
This is-
brand, a species, like a bee type of bee.
so this is
That's
what's
the name
getting
of the
me.
Well,
island.
it's like a species of honeybee.
So this is what's getting me is I thought that you had this bond with the bees. So you've had like the same queen or the same hive, and the queen would pass and they'd elect a new queen, multiple generations that you've been caring for, like
Oh,
you're
no.
the queen of this, and they're dying
No.
left and right on you.
They
Oh,
don't.
100%.
Well, hold on,
Yeah.
Dave. That's not how royalty even works to begin with. Royalty's
No, but that's how-
hereditary. So if the queen dies, it's the next in line of succession.
No,
based
haven't you ever
on-
seen Futurama? It's the slurm worm all over again. They kill her, and then the next one takes power and starts fucking all the drones behind her back.
If the queen is determined not by,
It's kind of like a cult when you think about it.
if the queen is determined not by like royal genetics, like the
It's by
hereditary-
royal jelly.
right? But then that would mean that queen is a misnomer in this case. Like if the queen bee dies and then it's an election process, it's like a diplomatic, or
She's actually
just
the
the
bee whore,
strongest
actually.
one.
She's the one that they're all fucking
I'm just saying
to make more
that
bees.
is not that's not how like the royal lineage operates. So I don't even know if we should call them queens.
She's kind of like
If
Bonnie
it's-
Blue. All the bees get in line, thousands of them bang her, right? And then, do you guys know who
No.
Bonnie Blue is in Canada?
Yeah, she's one of those
Yeah.
gangbang ladies.
Yeah. So,
But
That's what the queen
not
bee
how
is
it
like,
works
right?
either.
all right, tell us
queen
how
will,
it
like-
works. How do
No,
they
the
make
queen
more
will
baby
mate with
bees?
them.
You have the queen.
Oh, it's
and then-
wait. My dad told me about this. So it's a bird that fucks the bee.
Yes,
so you have
correct.
And then the
queen-
babies
Exactly how
come
it
out.
happens.
Yeah,
Yes.
I remember now.
So genuinely ask, the queen dies. How is a new queen determined after that?
So most of the time you'll lose the queen because they'll swarm. So they'll have enough resources that like they'll be like, okay, peace out. You guys can start a new colony. We're gonna go elsewhere. And what will happen is they will build a larger cell at the bottom of the frame where an egg will be laid, and then they will feed it a different type of jelly than they feed all the worker bees whenever they're being born. And it's literally called royal jelly. And
Wait,
that will produce a
I
new
told you,
queen.
it's just like that Futurama episode with the slurm.
right? So
Yeah.
they bioengineer the queen.
Yeah.
So it's like aliens.
Correct.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
like Brad Dourif
Yeah.
and aliens.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
And Nikki goes out there in a white sheer top and white cotton panties and works at them, just like Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
That's not. First off, that's the first alien. In Aliens, she's much more of a. I suppose it would be like a masculine figure in that movie. Like
She's hot in both of them.
the sexuality is kind of removed in
Yeah.
Aliens.
She was hot in
And
that.
then-
She was hot in Ghostbusters. She was hot in
Yeah.
Aliens. Yeah. Sigourney
Yeah.
Weaver, 9 out of 10, I'd say. When she was younger, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, and then Alien 3 is where
Tight.
there's no there's not. Well, I guess it's a little more. Her sexuality.
Sigourney
returned.
Weaver. Hell yeah.
Sigourney Beaver, I like that. Yeah, Sigourney Beaver.
Beaver. Yeah.
Well, in Alien 3, she definitely like she's like a sexual kind of character again, but then she's like
Oh, she was always a
Dude,
sexual character.
I'm saying
watching
you're
the
not
movie.
following you. I'm trying to say that like stylistically, Alien 1 shows her, you know, in a kind of feminine sexualized way with the bra and panties. And then Aliens, she's much more of like a action hero. So it's kind of
Well, she had overcome she
removed of any
overcome and
sort of-
changed because of the
Right.
first one.
but she's kind of removed
She was
from
hardened.
any sort of sexuality,
Like me
in
watching the
Aliens-
movie.
In Aliens, and then in Alien 3, she has sex with that one guy, which is like uncharacteristic for that character anyway.
Wait,
But
Alien
then
3?
also there's like a kind
I
of
remember that one.
a lack of agency that she has in that movie because she's on a prison planet where everybody's trying to rape her. And so it's like that movie presents her as is like returning back to like almost a point of weakness. Like she's isolated and alone and stripped bare.
It kind of is the circle of femininity.
But then in Alien Resurrection, which is the worst of those four, she's like an actual superhero. Like she has powers. And for some reason she's also really good at basketball.
She becomes a killer bee.
Yeah, she becomes a killer bee. Yeah, I mean, it is like what Nikki just described is that in the future, she's been dead for like 100 years or whatever. And so Dr. Brad Dourif, they've gotten a hold of her like genetic material that existed when she was impregnated with the xenomorph in Alien 3. And so they're using this like DNA to reconstruct her with this like the alien DNA as well.
So,
And
Nikki,
so
in
when
case
they
you haven't
bring
figured it out, Dawn's a little bit of a cinephile.
right. So when they
Yeah.
when they create this, well, this is what
Yeah,
we're
this is a lot of alien talk, and I have not seen enough Alien.
But this is what
no,
you were
this is
just
me
talking-
every
this is
week
what you were
learning
just
about. We
talking
did Red
about.
Dwarf last week. I had no idea.
Hold
So
on.
He's really into movies
Let me
and
explain something.
writing.
This
Yeah.
is what Nikki just described to us. Nikki said that when the queen either dies or leaves the colony, the remaining bees then bioengineer a new queen.
Yeah.
So in the absence of,
But that's aliens were based on bees, kind of.
right.
They had a
So
colony,
then
and there
in
was a queen alien. It was the villain and the hero and the villain are both female in the movie Aliens.
right.
Yeah.
So then,
Which is awesome.
This is what the humans do in Alien Resurrection. Is they bioengineer
Oh yeah,
a new,
I definitely
a new
had
Ripley.
Sigourney erection.
Mhm.
They bioengineer a new Ripley from this genetic material they were able to retrieve, and so they create a clone of Ripley.
Yep.
That is a hybrid of human and xenomorph DNA that is also somehow imbued with all of Ripley's actual memories. I don't know I can't remember how they explain.
So she became part alien in the fourth one.
Yes,
Okay.
and so that's why she
They
has
fed
like
her the royal jelly.
yeah. So that's why she has like a this connection to the aliens. That's why it's presented as almost like tragic by the end of the movie when she has to kill the human alien hybrid that the alien queen gives birth to. Ripley has to actually kill that thing, and she's like, it's like a moment of loss for her because it's like she's killing her own child.
Yeah, because
Really
this swings
heartbreaking.
right back because she's like in a cult. She's kind of like in a Borg cult, but it's biological.
Right. So and this is yeah, and so this goes back to the bees. Nikki, how many chambers do your bees have?
Thank you for the super chats.
Is it 36?
It is not, but
Yeah,
do we
killer
want a
bees
genuine
have
answer
36
to it?
chambers.
Like,
Do the killer bees have 36 chambers? No. So like you have So you have like the frame with the slats. So yeah, how many chambers? Like
So
slat
sorry to interrupt.
chambers?
So Nikki, I'm not kicking you off the show. We're having a great conversation here. Everybody's learning about
Screeching
bees.
halt.
But I'm putting a screeching halt because I did make a promise that I would check in with you every hour to make sure, like, because sometimes we go 4 hours. We're about at the 1 hour mark. So I'm not kicking you off, but I want to make sure that you don't, I know you're a very feminine, young, polite woman, and that you won't speak up. So I'll speak up. She's a kind lady.
I'll get stuck on here for the whole time.
Yeah, she's a kind lady. You're welcome to stay the whole time, but I don't want you to feel stuck. That's all, because
Right.
it gets late.
We can
and
wrap up the
people-
bee talk, and then I'll go to bed soon. I'm trying some new
don't
bee
feel-
talks, and they're not good.
I'm not trying to kick you off. We want you to stay as long, like the whole show, but we don't want
but
you
I'm
to.
not going to make it the whole show, and I'm
That's
never
what I'm
going to
saying.
leave.
So that's why I want to make sure that I gave
This
you
probably
a
won't be a 4-hour one. This probably be
We
like
usually
an hour.
do 4, and I know that's ridiculous to ask somebody to come
Yeah,
on
and
for that.
I don't even know if I don't want to do that much time tonight anyway. I mean, honestly, anytime you feel like bouncing, just leave if you want.
No,
People
but
do that. People have done that before. They just
well,
leave.
we're
like, oh, I
used to
guess-
it. We're used to having people come in and out. Like Krakamika will jump on,
Okay.
Robbie Goodwin will jump on. We'll have a guest on. Some of the fans will come on. So I don't want this isn't a typical podcast where you have to feel stranded here. We want you to have a good time. So,
All right.
and so I do want to wrap up have some more
Well, what
questions about
time
the
we
bees.
have left? We just wasted some.
No,
of it
she didn't
with
say
that.
she had a heart out at
with
an
that
hour.
horse
She
shit.
said we'll wrap up the bee stuff. But also, we got to watch her win the fight because
No, we don't.
her
What's that-
her
that's how
versus
we're-
Kim, her versus Kim was like a good fight. Watch the woman that she for the title. Watch how easily she beats her, and the other women were worse than that.
Beats her.
Oh.
Yeah, she beats her in the ring.
So wait, so
there was a real buzz around the ring that day.
Okay, so you went on Craigslist and searched bees. You bought some.
She went on
bees, and
Chichiki.
then she went on.
Gigi.
Kijijis. Yeah.
You bought the bees, and then what is the? You said you have a frame. You have that frame with the slats. How many slats do you have?
Whoa.
10 in each box.
You don't have to answer that. That's you have a boyfriend. Tell Dalton that is too much to be asking you.
Just let her
Have
answer.
some respect for the lady, Dalton. Don't ask about her slats.
All right.
I'm sorry, Nikki. He gets like that.
It's
sometimes.
okay.
Yeah.
It's
So
okay.
how
I just
many-
told him I got 10 in each box. So
Okay.
You have 10 slats in how many boxes?
yeah. You'll have one box for the queen, and then you'll have like 1 to 2 more on top for honey that you won't let the queen get into, so she can't lay eggs in them. So you can just pull them out and extract the honey from them.
Wait,
Okay.
how do you keep her out of there?
Well, there's like a piece of metal that you put down in between the 2 boxes,
Yeah.
and it's thin enough that she can't get up through it, but it's still wide enough that all the worker bees can get up through it.
Oh, so she's a fat bitch because she just lays around
Yeah.
making eggs all day and getting royal jelly.
Yeah.
How much bigger than the other bees is the queen?
She's all like her back end is almost double.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
I like that.
Yeah.
No wonder
let me
she's
ask
getting
you-
all the
let me ask
getting
you,
all the
'cause,
bees.
Strewn throughout my entire life are the remnants of hobbies that I thought I was going to enjoy that I started, and then at the first moment of resistance gave up on. So when you first got these bees and the slats and the box and all that, what was the first round of bees like? Did it go well? Was it good? Did it go well enough? You were like, I'm really enjoying this. I'm going to keep doing this, or was it difficult? Like, what was it like getting these bees to stay alive and make honey?
Oh, it's super easy. You only go check on them like
Yes, super easy.
once
They didn't
every
make it through
2
the winter
weeks, like-
again.
yeah, but they don't in Canada. It's the problem. Like I have a couple people that are like big commercial ones, and they lose like 30 to 40% of their bees every winter up here. There's something going on down there too, and a lot of the honeybees are dying there. Like
Yeah, there's
90%
that
of
colony
people's
collapses.
bakeries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you keep
Yeah, I
hearing
heard about one
that.
going on this year, and I couldn't find any like relevant articles about it, so it was kind of weird.
Yeah, they say that the bees are like a harbinger of doom, that because they're all dying. I guess we're gonna die soon if the bees all go away.
So
So
Yeah.
maybe you're like inadvertently doing something that'll save us all.
I mean, yes and no. Like the honeybees are not native, so they're actually taking away pollen that would be there for natural
Oh, it's their
pollinators,
invasive
native
species.
pollinators. Yeah,
Well,
Oh.
we import them all in.
Soon, Bill Gates will have his electronic bees, and we can buy those from him with our kin's blood, so that they can pollinate everything on the land.
I don't
we
even know what
own.
this question is asking. Does the queen use things other than jelly? What does that mean?
Does the queen eat anything other than royal jelly, or do anything
Like
No,
but
she
peanut
eats
butter?
pollen and honey.
royal peanut butter?
Royal peanut butter, royal
Hey-oh.
jelly. So, is there a noticeable when you go harvest honey from your bees? Is it like noticeable the difference between that and the one that comes in the plastic bear?
Oh yeah, and
It's
even
better.
depending on it depends on what flowers are around that they're getting their pollen from. Like if you harvest honey from the spring, it's going to taste so different than honey from late summer because there's different flavors of pollen mixed in with it. Like you can get honey specifically from goldenrod or from not just from clover, but like from apple fields, like
Ooh.
apple orchards.
That
Because they
sounds-
truck in bees to apple orchards to help pollinate them all.
Raphael had a good question in the comments, and I'm interested in. So you did get the from the fingerless guy. You bought the geo thing that spins around, but prior to that, have you ever just taken a comb from your hands and bit into it and eaten it like a bear or whatever?
Oh yeah, all
Is
the
that-
time.
Is that cool?
Is that good? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
that chill?
like you just chew on the wax like gum.
Oh yeah.
So it's
Do
like
you have, do you
So it's
have one of
vomit,
them?
but it's like there's no bacteria or anything there. It's healthy to eat.
I don't even know how
yeah,
to.
like when you extract it, I'm not running it through I'm warming up
But
the
the
room
wax,
so that the honey moves better. But like,
but the
oh,
wax
the wax
combs
is all
too.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all fine. Yeah.
Nice.
What is? Do you have one of them things that looks like a maraca?
You mean the smoker thing?
No, for honey, like one of them here. I don't even know how to. I just googled
Oh,
honey.
no, you like a maraca or like a
yeah.
grenade? Have you seen the grenade ones? You
It
put
looks,
it in,
yeah,
and you
the
squeeze it, and it
stick, the
drops at the
stick
bottom.
that you, the honey stick. You have
A
one of
honey
them?
stick.
No.
Oh,
The,
the
like
honey
the
drop
bee, the
dipper.
bee on the Honey Nut Cheerios box has one of those.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
no.
the dipper from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we have
Yeah,
grenades now. You put the honey in, and you squeeze it, and it drips out the bottom. I don't do honey anymore.
But,
So I
no, I
went
don't
to a-
really
I went-
eat a lot of honey.
You must, yeah, you're probably sick of it. You probably had like your fill of honey at this point.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I do
I
it
was
more
going
to
to try
keep
and get
the
Nikki
bees
to
than
be
for
my
the
honey
honey.
hookup because I don't do honey because the corporate honey that you buy damages the bees more than it helps.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't talk about much on the show, but as a vegan, I don't like the government and the corporations and the agricultural stuff they do to the bees. But if I had a buddy that was making it, I would, because I know she's taking care of the bees to the best of her abilities, then I would feel comfortable eating that honey. And then I come to find out they're just killing bees every winter. They're just buying them off
promise not on
Craigslist.
purpose. I promise I'm
She
feeding
treats
them.
like,
I have
she's
put
treating them like whatchamacallit, like, you know, water monkeys that you buy out of the back of a magazine. She pours them
No,
the thing,
no,
she
no.
plays with them for a
It's
little
not
while,
like that.
and then
It's
they
not
just
like
die. Yeah.
Oh, no, I have made so many contraptions to like protect their hives in the winter and like so much different insulation things and feeding them and everything, and they don't make it
You can't even
sometimes.
do. Yeah, I wonder if you could do like a. People forget that I'm vegan. Everybody thinks I'm a right wing extremist. I'm actually like a right wing hippie. Like I hate the government.
Yeah.
I love guns, and I just want to live in the woods alone and be left alone and have like
Yeah.
a self sufficient farm. And if government comes on, I just want to go on my porch and go.
Wait, Nikki, have you seen the Jerry Seinfeld movie?
Oh, the Bee movie's
Bee
really
movie? Have
good.
you
That was
seen
like
Bee
really
movie?
good. It wasn't as good as Ants, but the Bee movie's pretty good. You've never seen the Bee movie?
You
You guys will get it in Canada in a couple of years.
Bee movie?
Yeah, it'll probably be up there in a couple of years.
Oh,
They'll probably release it on what's your equivalent of Netflix up? Newtflix.
we have Netflix. It's
Newtflix?
just not as good.
You'll probably get the Bee movie on Newtflix up there pretty soon. What's
Yeah,
that all
it's-
about? So let me ask you this, Nikki. You're kind of like a Sabatsky from How I Met Your Mother. Are you afraid of the dark? Are Canadians afraid of the dark?
When I
What?
get too high, I am.
Yeah.
What
the
is that?
thing.
What is that? What is that? Why are you asking
So
me
on
that?
how you, she's kind of a Robin Sabatsky, even though she's like sweet and stuff. She gets along with her dad. She's like she weight lifts and all that stuff. She's like she's cowgirlish. She's probably like a little farm girl in you, Nikki. No.
I mean, I was raised in the city, but I like live in the woods now.
So Robin Sabatsky from How I Met Your Mother, when her and Marshall were hanging out at the
Ooh,
Vikings bar from
$20.
Minnesota, there were some stereotypes about Canadians, and one of them was that they're scared of the dark.
Buy Bitcoin, fix the money, and save. the
Maybe
Bitcoin
why I go to bed
future.
so early.
Then the other one is they eat donuts all the time. Do you eat
I
donuts
don't-
all the time?
I eat good donuts when I get the chance, but there's always donuts at work.
I was just
Yeah,
talking
see?
about donuts today in this group chat I'm in, because the older I get, the more I'm like, the more refined my palate becomes, and I have taken on a philosophy over the last few years of a sort of like keep it simple, less is more, and I found that probably my favorite like combination when it comes to donuts nowadays would be just like a plain cake, aka an old fashioned.
Dude,
With
those are the
the-
best.
Yeah, with
Little dipper donut.
a cup of coffee with half and half.
Yeah.
Dunk that in there. It soaks up the coffee with the half and half, and that's a nice little breakfast right there.
I don't think. I mean, we try not to make jokes at your expense, don't we? Try not to be mean to you, but I don't think you're turning down donuts, dude.
No, I'm not gonna turn any down. No, I'm just saying, like, if I go to the Korean spot,
I mean, I'm not turning down donuts.
if I wake up early enough to make it to the Korean place, it's like 6 a.m. and I'm buying donuts.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna get, like, let's be honest, I'm getting a baker's dozen. I am getting the full baker's dozen.
Wait, is it Baker's dozen 13?
Yeah.
In case they count wrong, you make sure you get all your whole 12.
I'm getting 13. And I do.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Good
Good night, Nikki.
Hey,
Thank
Nikki,
you for
wait,
joining.
wait.
Thank you
So,
for
hold
coming
on.
on talking about bees.
Wait, Nikki, let's just watch you win. We're going to watch the
No,
1
let her
minute,
go.
30
No,
seconds
it's
of you
Let her
winning.
leave. Let her leave. Don't make
Dave,
her watch
it's okay.
yourself.
All right, we're going to watch it
Nikki,
after you leave.
Do you
So,
have
Nikki,
anything?
thanks for joining us. We
Dave,
love having you here.
I'm asking. Hold on. Do you have anything that you want to plug or promote before you bounce?
No, I don't do anything. So,
All right,
Guys,
cool.
I'm just
when
Well,
you're
thank
at
you for
Skank
coming
Fest and you
on.
see Nikki, go up to her and harass her, say hi to her, buy her a beer, buy her a drink when you see her at
okay.
Skank Fest in New Orleans this year, and say hi.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, Nikki.
See you, Nikki.
You're welcome
Bye.
here anytime. Good night. She ain't
You,
coming back.
you guys blaming me. I'm friends with her.
not- she's not
I'm the one
coming
that got
back.
her on the show. I've known her. I talk to her all the time. You guys are crazy.
She ain't coming back on this show.
What are you talking about? She
$5
loved it.
from Robbie's third cousin. I like your.
She
wavy
knows
hair,
it's a fun
Nikki.
podcast. She's
So
been
we
on a
didn't
real
even
ass
get to ask her
podcast.
this question. We didn't. He wants to know her favorite flavor Gatorade, and hopefully Dave doesn't step on this one, dude. You had like Jack Russell Terrier energy during that.
It's
Dude,
because
you were yipping and hipping all over the place.
No. It's because the audience is scared of women. The audience is a bunch of Robbie Goodwins who gets nervous around women. I know, Nick. You guys are like, I blew it. God damn it, Dave. I got her on the show. She wouldn't even have been here if we weren't friends. Ask Tiffany. She's a lady. She'll tell you. That was a fun episode.
They don't understand the things I say.
All right, so let's just watch her crack this girl that has to actually quit the fight to end it. This is the
we
winning.
still gotta watch this shit.
Yeah, it's fun. You get to check her ass out. And you can Jake Shields is right down in the corner there by her. But this is who she fought for the win. So watch how easily she defeats this lady, how weak women are.
Here is the belt. Still wrapped in plastic, so you know it's good. It's got no jizz on it. All right, this is a 2-minute round for all the marbles. Ladies, are you ready? Let's fight.
Look at this poor lady that she has to fight, dude. They came in somehow. It's like watching bum fights.
Terrified, and I don't blame her.
Feels like when, not
Look
if
how
we see
soft
that
this
right
lady
hand
is.
in.
She's fighting.
Oh, there it is.
It's hard to watch, actually.
We're gonna stop it pretty soon. Give her CTE! You gotta go, Mason. You gotta go. Keep your hands up. You gotta throw something though. There you go. Oh shit.
It's crazy they even allowed them to do this in Vegas.
That's it. Good.
All right, that's it.
I think that's
She's Cornfed. We had her on the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, your female musical chair champion of the world. Look at that. Give it up for Nikki, everybody.
Yeah, the guy that screams "Give us CTE" freaking kicks ass.
Well, this
All right.
year in New Orleans, there's going to be a jazz off. So bring your
A
brass
jack off?
instrument, a jazz off.
Oh, I
Bring
was
your
gonna say,
brass.
you might have a chance.
If you're coming to Skankfest New Orleans this year, bring your brass instruments. There's going to be a jazz competition. So bring trumpets, trombones, sousaphones. What else is brass? It is strictly brass. So no woodwinds, no saxophones, no clarinets. Just a pure brass jazz competition. French horns, I think, Is that, I think that counts as a brass instrument.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that's played
Trumpet,
through
a tuba.
yeah, anything that's played through a mouthpiece and not a reed. Not a reed
Donnie
instrument.
Brasco horns.
Yeah. So bring, baritone. Yep, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Cornet.
Is it cornet? No, that's a Winwood
A
instrument.
cornet, a flugelhorn. Chuck Mangione, he'll be there. Yeah, bring any brass instruments you got. There's gonna be a jazz competition.
Cymbals are percussions, but aren't they made of brass?
But that's percussion.
Yeah.
We're talking like the actual brass.
So it's brass Winwoods. No, it's brass wind.
Brass. No,
brass
woodwind
wind.
is a different thing. You don't know what
But
you're
it's just
talking
brass wind because
Brass.
cymbals are brass.
brass is like a wind instrument, I guess you would call it. It was brass. So you have, because like technically, I guess like the frame of a saxophone, like the actual saxophone itself, is probably made out of brass, but the piece through which you play the instrument, where you blow wind, it has a reed. You use a wooden reed mouthpiece, so that a saxophone is a woodwind technically. So is a clarinet, and then I don't know what flutes were always in the woodwind section, but I don't know. If
Flutes are definitely don't have a reed, so they got to.
They don't have a reed, but
they're not
you know
brass.
You know what?
They're a wind instrument.
Go
they're
ahead,
just pure wind.
Flutes will be allowed.
They're just pure wind instrument flutes.
Yeah,
I got to get a new mic stand here.
Yeah, so my
autism takes over during the show.
Yeah, so Skankfest this year is going to be a brass jazz competition, and so I'll be bringing my trumpet from high school, and we're gonna do some improvisation, a little call and response. $20 from Michael Hall. All are welcome to my room at Skankfest. Yes, we can go all chill in Michael's room and practice. And then, I would say, like, be mindful when emptying your spit valve. Be considerate of the people around you when you go to empty it. Try not to splash anybody, because boy, did I hate that when that happened to me in high school.
Sorry, I'm trying to find this guy for you here on. Oh yeah, here he is. Hey, have you ever heard of Seth Postal?
No.
Oh, you did. You're gonna love him. Let me find a video for you here. This is the most dystopian guy that I found.
Yeah. There's also going to be voodoo in Skankfest this year. Skankfest.
Are you going, Dalton? 100%. People have talked to me and claimed that I'm delusional, that I think that you're going.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have, because I'm actually, today starts my vacation I'm taking. I'm using like 5 of my vacation days. So I took off today and then all through the week coming up. So I'm using 5. But I have 10 vacation days altogether, so I still have 5 left. And I might go ahead and put in to take off the week of Skankfest and go on down to New Orleans. We have an etouffee and a meat pie, a crawfish meat pie with a remoulade.
Okay, so I found this guy for you, Dalton. Go to his YouTube channel and pull up one of his live streams. They get about 100K views, and when I tune in, there's usually about 400 live viewers, so twice as much as us this guy gets.
And if you're looking for a new way to start your day, if you're looking for a boost of energy without the jitters or the crash, check out Body Brain Coffee. It's for the brain in your body.
I just quit coffee.
Adaptogens and nootropics. Both. What's this guy I'm looking for?
I just put it in the private chat. Oh. You got to go to his lives. Go to his lives, dude. This guy, I don't know who's watching these.
Freeze-dried Colombian coffee.
I just quit coffee. I'm on day 10 of caffeine-free cold turkey. I was doing 800 milligrams a day. My sleep's great. My anxiety's low. So I guess I got Jack Russell energy now because I'm so energetic from not doing coffee. And then Lewis releases his coffee brand.
Lee Rector damn near killed her for $20. Dude, that picture is so funny. The Lewis's face on Rich Piana. That's very inspired.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh, what am I? So just what? Just one of which one am I looking at?
Just go to his live. Any one of his lives, they're all bad.
Streamed 7 hours ago.
He just
Dude,
does
I already fucking hate the dude. I'm already upset by this.
Yeah, dude, he gets 100K views. He gets like 400 live viewers. Some of his videos get less, but he gets about 150K views on these. Some of them have 200K, 300K, 70K.
Some shit they'd be watching in RoboCop.
Yeah, dude, it's so dystopian, dude. I guess he's trying to hit that skivvy toilet market, dude.
Eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, breakfast time. Eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, breakfast time. Eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, breakfast time. Eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, eggs and bacon, breakfast time.
Yes, that is a toilet seat covered in fake shit around his head for some reason.
Bacon, breakfast time.
All right, that's all I can take of that, dude. What the fuck? Why the fuck would you show me that? Dude, that's so... Dude, 5 hours! What
dude,
the
he
fuck
does that
is
for
this?
5 hours. He gets 200K views, dude. The guy's making bank, dude. When I'm scrolling through and he comes up in my algorithm, he's usually got about 400 live viewers in there, dude. Watching that. It's got it, and it can't be kids. Sometimes it's like at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I don't like that, man. That was very upsetting.
For anybody that's interested in watching that craziness, that is Seth Postal. He used to make car videos where he ate food, and then one day he just started wearing a toilet seat on his head and doing lives.
Dude, the chat does not like you, Dave. The chat is upset about something.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. I don't care. Some people don't like me. I don't like certain people, dude. It happens.
Dude, you did, when Nikki was on, you did have like the energy, like the attitude of someone who has not seen a woman in years.
Honestly, me and Nikki are friends. We talk, and I haven't talked to her in a while. So like, it's funny to bust her chops and watch her. She's super sweet. So she gets super uncomfortable. That's why it's funny to say that stuff to her. But you guys, it's a comedy podcast to me. It's funny to ask a Canadian if they're afraid of the dark, dude.
I thought you were referencing the Nickelodeon show.
No, there's Robin Sabalski, whatever's Canadian on How I Met Your Mother.
Kobe Small, whatever the fuck that actress is.
And Marshall thinks she's afraid of the dark because she's Canadian.
Ni hao, partners.
I didn't run Nikki off, dude. First of all, you wouldn't even have seen Nikki if it wasn't for me getting her on the show. And she said she only wanted to do an hour earlier.
Yeah, it's all good. It's the meme coin super cycle, super season, by the way. And so, folks, get your bags, load up your bags, get ready for the pump. I'm doing pretty well with Fitcoin and Fartcoin 2. Fartcoin 2 is performing much better than I thought it would.
Dude, the whole crypto market's on fire right now.
The crypto is booming right now, dude. Solana's back up to 175, and then I have a lot.
ETH is up 64% this month. Arrow's up 108% this month.
Yeah.
ETH is up like 38% this week.
I guess everybody was distracted because Kanye released that Hitler song. And nobody's even talking about the fact Bitcoin's back up over 100K. ETH is up. ETH went up like almost $1,000.
Yeah, ETH is up 38%. Dodge is up 30%, and this is in the past week.
Yeah,
Link's up.
XRP is up to 244 as of right now.
XRP is only up like 9% this week, but XRP's up 20% on the month. Everything's up. Su's up 86%. Bitcoin Cash is up 42%. So Trump made an announcement on like May 1st that they were going to go to negotiation with China on the tariffs again. And I think that's what set this off. And then on True Social, he put a message out that said, I would buy stocks in in crypto right now because the market's about to boom.
Yeah, it's a bull.
And then it
the
did.
bull season is here.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. It's either a bull season or at least a short term rally.
Yep.
I'm hoping it's a full bull market that lasts at least through October.
You know what's crazy is you and everybody in the chat is pissed that Nikki left because they're all saying, I've never been around a woman. Well, then why are you so upset that a woman left in the first place? Who fucking cares if she wanted to leave? This is Dalton's in my show. It's actually Dalton's show and I'm a guest.
You know,
Yeah.
I really like you say it's a comedy show. I try to like steer clear of trying to do comedy and just like whatever happens organically, you know. So
Yeah,
that's why
I
it's
got
like, you know, she takes care of bees. That's what I'm interested in. That's
No, I
cool.
was too. I knew she would be a good guest, but when she originally agreed to it, she agreed to an hour.
All right, yeah. Well,
I talked to
fulfilled her
Stephanie.
contract.
No, I'm not rattled. I'm trying to calm you guys down because you're a little
Moodang,
crybabies.
talk amongst yourselves now. Moodang is dead. Moodang coin is dead right now.
Shout out to Drew for the whatever. I talked to Steph. She does want to come back on, but she's been streaming a lot, so she's trying to figure out when she would want to.
She's on Twitch. She's on
Yeah.
Hamas supporting Twitch. The platform that supports Hamas and terrorism, from what I've seen from, I don't know, just all the dipshits that talk about that kind of stuff. There's some fucking like schism happening between streamers because there's like this contingent of like right wing type conservative streamers and then the Hassan types, like Hassan Piker and all them.
Yep.
And so it's like I'm seeing a lot of these people like Tectone and Asmongold and whatever. They're mad that Twitch is letting Hassan continue doing what he's doing. And it's like, it's like, well, ultimately, any fucking company only cares about money. So Hassan is extremely popular.
Yeah.
So if he goes on there and it's making them a lot of money, they might slap him on the, if he says something too congenial about Hamas, they might slap him on the wrist with like a 6-hour ban, but they're not going to suspend him from the platform because
he also toes the line in so many of the mainstream things that he's kind of their boy.
Yeah, and I mean he is an out and out complete total fucking pussy. He sucks, and I've never heard him say or do anything that I thought was interesting enough to warrant.
Well, he's a nepo baby
the
to begin
career
with.
that he has, and that's why I suspect he is controlled opposition, but as much as any of these.
I think he's naive that he's controlled opposition. So you know his full story, right?
Yeah, he's
from the
Young Turks guy nephew.
Yeah,
but I think everybody. I suspect,
and the Young Turks have since pivoted a little bit more moderate after the whole Israel thing.
Oh yeah,
and he's actually gone a little bit further left, so he's kind of split from them.
Now there's a schism between Hassan and his uncle. What is that guy?
Cenk. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't really care for him, but they're getting better. And the lady there, she never apologized to a bunch of people. That now she pretty much says they're talking points.
I wonder, dude, because that fucked me up, man. I watched that Adam Curtis documentary when I watched a clip from it. Because it's like over 2 hours, so I haven't finished it.
Clips, dude.
I watched a clip from it. Dude. That shit that he talks about in hypernormalization about that that fucking the deputy prime minister for Putin years and years ago, like when Putin was coming into power, that his tactic, because he came from like the theater world.
Yeah,
like this guy was just taking the Kremlin money and using it to fund like just everybody, like Putin supporters, his opposition, neo-Nazi groups, liberal groups. He was funding all of these different groups and coalitions and projects with the Kremlin money, and then told the public that's what he was doing. So it created this like constant sense of confusion and hysteria amongst the public because no one knew what was real.
Yep.
No one like knowing that they were like, oh, we don't even know like what's going on, and it allowed Putin to just like maintain power and do kind of whatever he wanted because like the public itself was whipped up into a constant frenzy, and so it's like if that strategy exists, like if everyone knows about that, then why wouldn't other powers like other like governmental bodies employ that same stratagem?
Everybody pretends like their government's not doing it. That's why. Like people for some reason understand when Russia, Israel, Turkey, and all these other countries are doing psyops and like in controlled opposition. But then when you say it's America, they're like, oh, but not us. We're the one government that's not controlling the people.
That's what I'm saying. That's just why, like, when I look at like all these people, like Hassan and Asmongold and Dave Smith and the Hodge twins and Jordan B. Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, the Crowder, even all of them. It also
even Crowder, dude.
Even
as a Crowder boy, dude, you're gonna even go against
even
Crowder.
it all comes across to me like all of these people are to some degree controlled opposition. Like if you follow their paychecks, if you follow the money far enough, it probably all does like eventually funnel to the same source. Like they're all
well, here's
because it's like if you get everybody all hot and bothered and people are just constantly squabbling and biting at each other, and then these alliances form and then they break and then these oppositions form, all of that. If that's constantly happening amongst like the professional opinion havers and thought leaders and then the public and social media or like whatever, all of that, then that means like the people actually in power just can just do whatever they want. Like they get to exist like behind the smoke screen of this constant like chitter chatter happening amongst all of us.
The reason I do the DeFi is because they control all the money. And when they control the money, it doesn't matter. Like all these little groups are, and the politics is just keeping everybody busy, so you don't pay attention. And we talked about this with Dave Smith. He might not know he's controlled opposition, but there is people that are funding and paying for his channel and stuff like that could be part of. They're like, well, I want him, and it's like anything. You want to you want to vote with your dollar, but the problem is when the dollar is controlled by this upper echelon. I don't want to be Bernie, but by this like 1% of these people that get the dollars at the top, they can put that towards stuff and incentivize certain narratives without actually going to the person and letting them in on it.
Yeah, it's like that thing that came out like a couple months ago, however long ago it was, where there was this reveal that Tim Pool was getting like a ton of money from some like Russian back channel, and he claimed that he didn't know what was going on. Like he denied it, but it like people kind of had to deduce like, well, your show is not getting enough viewers where the amount of money you're making makes any sense.
I've been saying this about OnlyFans. Then all that money's going to Israel. That the numbers don't seem to add up, and it's kind of like, and back to kind of like Kanye when he got kicked from Adidas and all that stuff and was losing his thing, and then he started like marketing socks on his own and making the money back without a middleman. He kind of took his power back. He's getting banned off, his music's not being played anywhere now except for X. And you might not like it, but he can say and do whatever. I mean, it is a private platform, but it's like he has the ability to say it, but he doesn't because everybody in control will just say he's crazy. You're not allowed to say those words. This is stupid or whatever.
He is crazy.
I mean, I don't know if he is, to be honest with you. I mean, what is the definition of crazy? Like
he's not like taking care of his brain, his mental health.
So
he's not managing that, and he's like abusing nitrous. He's doing whippets all the time. All right,
so okay.
So he's in his life. He's like his life is so extremely public I know just even as somebody who no one knows that being kind of public in that way can create this like negative feedback loop where you're like kind of going nuts, like you know something squirrely's going on in your brain, and then you see yourself online and the way people are reacting to you, and that just feeds back into what is like causing you to kind of go crazy.
Yeah.
And so it just compounds on top of itself. And then like amplify that times a million because he's like the most famous guy ever. And it's like, you know, and every single piece of his life is laid bare for everybody. So like he doesn't like, you know, I can't I don't know like how much of a private life he even has because like all of the dirty bad parts of his life that should be behind closed doors are just public. Like this messy divorce he had with Kim. She takes the kids. He's paying like the largest child support payment in history. She won't let him see his children. His dentist is giving him nitrous. He's going crazy. He's a Nazi. You know, and he's like his talent, like his ability to create music is like diminishing. Because that
happens with a lot of people when they get older.
Yeah, but
the creativity kind of ceases.
That fucking song that just came out, and it is.
That's a Dave Blunt song. Dave
it's
Blunt
funny how
wrote that.
catchy it is. It's funny that it's like,
so everybody knows Dave Blunt wrote that, and Dave Blunt's a Nazi cuck.
Right, Dave Blunt did write it, and it is catchy, but it's like it's so night and day that song compared to anything he did like up through like
I've never thought Kanye was that great. I know everybody else.
Well,
not my generation. Not my generation.
Very foolish. It's very.
The only stuff that I like is his Christian album. Very good.
That's. Dude, that's such a wild statement to make that because he genuinely, you know, with College Dropout, late registration, graduation.
I don't like College Dropout.
All of his records,
Drake,
all of his albums up through probably, like honestly, like Jesus is King is probably like the beginning of his downfall. Like that's where you start going nuts.
His Christian stuff is what I like.
But he genuinely, it was like prior to whatever's happening now, was a genius and was like a very like pivotal figure in music. And
he's breaking out of the socialist. So you saw Black Mirror, right? You saw Black Mirror, right? With the here's the thing. I'm the truck driver.
He's a fucking idiot.
I'm the person with the 1.4 stars in that Black Mirror thing that doesn't give a fuck anymore. And I run into people that are still that little redhead on the side of the road that can't let go. They still want to be fives. Kanye's still trapped in between trying to please the populace.
He's a fucking
and just letting go and doing what he wants to do.
He's an idiot who has gone crazy. He just happens to be a genius at something that's valued by all of us, which is music. He is stupid. He's very dumb. He also has gone nuts. But when he was in his zone,
I don't know if either of those are true.
When he was in the flow, when he was in the pocket, he was doing genius works of art as a musician. But if you ever hear him speak, he's fucking stupid. He's a really dumb guy.
So most of them are, but being articulate doesn't necessarily being articulate doesn't mean intelligence. It just he might not be well read, you know.
No, he's dumb.
So I don't know the fact.
Stupid.
What I was talking about with the redhead there's a 5 is that Black Mirror episode where everybody's got the scores on their phone and they're trying to be 5s and they're like being perfect and treating everybody and acting fake all the time. And then she crashes and burns. The redhead crashes and burns. And the only person that helps her is this truck driver that's a 1.4 who's low on this new social credit score thing and just said fuck it and lives her life. And she's like happy and free or whatever, not trying to play into all these social elements. And we're getting to a point now where people are so like, you know, they're online, they think they're getting canceled. I say crazy shit, I do crazy shit. And then I go out into the real world and no one cares. When I go to Staples, the same people that see me know I'm a businessman, they say hi. we hang out when I go into the real world. So a lot of this is just fake social credit stuff.
I don't even think he knows how to read.
A lot of them don't.
I mean,
A lot of them
he is a
don't.
college dropout.
Yeah. What's his face? The boxer doesn't know how to read.
Floyd Mayweather.
Floyd Mayweather, and he still figured it out.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. I just think that it is hilarious to make a song that the chorus is "Hail Hitler."
I mean, yeah, it's funny. You know, the song. And weirdly enough, the song is like music composed really well, where it's like catchy. But I don't like that.
I find his work
emboldening
really
like
simple,
the
and I don't love
dumbest
it.
fucking idiots I've ever seen on. Dude, these fucking people online who are getting into it, where it's like. It's all the fucking people who like never would have listened to his music anyway. Like they would call what he does sub-Saharan noise. So it's like all those kinds of fucking idiots that because he made something that falls in line with their like weirdly regressive ideology that maybe they're lying to us about Hitler. Like that kind of shit that they're talking about. It's just emboldening all the fucking worst people.
Yes, but here's the thing, Dalton. Right?
Milo Yiannopoulos should not be in the should not be a figure anymore. Those years should have come and gone.
Okay,
and he
yes,
should be
but
under
also
a fucking rock by now.
they killed Michael
like that
Jackson
we
for using the K word. They killed Michael Jackson and slandered him and tried to take all his music back that he bought for saying the K word. So like you can't say the N word, but you really can't say the K word. And Kanye and a lot of the people in the music industry kind of know this, and they're trying to figure out a way to shine a light on us giving all their money to Israel to kill people.
There's got to be a middle ground. There's got to be some happy medium between.
Yeah, but he's not being real.
Idiots Hitler.
Yeah, but there's also idiots that are like hail Israel. They're kissing the wall in Israel.
Right, yeah,
What's the
John
difference
Fetterman
between
was waving that fucking?
You're kissing a wall in Israel that's killing babies versus saying "Hail Hitler"?
Yeah, they're both bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. This isn't like one or the other. They're both.
But
bad.
one is actually killing babies. The other is just saying, we can't even say the words about these people. Like literally, Michael Jackson said, you know, I can't say it on YouTube, but he said the K word, and then they pretty much killed him after they slandered him through the media or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And because they said he was anti-Semitic, because he wanted to own his music, and he started buying up music that they didn't have control of anymore.
Yeah,
they did the same thing to Prince. They did it to maybe Mr. Cosby. Who knows? They're doing it to Kanye.
We have a song request by Lil who asked for this? Lil Goblin fella. Aurorian Dance. New job is.
This has been Dave and Dalton's political.
This is Cornfed Radio. When you
Cornfed
think about it, both
political
sides
hour.
are kind of the
The
same.
round table.
Both sides are kind of the same when you think about it.
Yeah.
This is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the chirp.
There's no, there's literally no proof that there's no evidence that MJ did that. There is evidence that he was murdered. This is peaceful. This is nice. This is a nice interlude.
Ooh, I could study / relax / feel to this.
Yeah. This should have a little anime girl by the window playing behind it. Yeah. This is what we got to do, Dalton, is just get really angry about one another so that they pay money to play peaceful music to calm us down.
That was beautiful.
That was good.
Man.
Very mellow. Very chill.
I just remembered. I remembered something. Let me see. Is this it? Wait, what?
Very good. Very mellow. Very chill.
Yeah, I just remembered something. Hold on. Oh yeah, there was a. I just remember something from that. What we were talking to Nikki about earlier. Bees. And I wish I had remembered this while we were talking to her. There was a game for the Nintendo 64. You familiar, Dave, with the Nintendo 64?
Love the Nintendo 64. And I talked to Nikki on Instagram. She said she'll come back on.
Oh, nice.
It's just late for her.
Remember when Tony Soprano played Mario Kart with one hand? That was cool.
I did not watch
Oh,
The
you didn't
Sopranos
see
yet.
it. It's one of my
I've seen
favorite
clips, dude.
It's one of my favorite moments in TV video.
I've been watching a lot of clips of The Sopranos and a lot of clips of Game of Thrones lately.
Yo, Panatron already knows where I'm going with this, dude. He already called it. So there was a game on the Nintendo 64 about a cyborg bee called Buck Bumble. Anyway,
Sounds
folks,
pretty cool. I love those type of games.
Check this out. Listen to this, everybody.
What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck.
Oh, dude, I love this.
What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck.
Dude, I listen to so much rap music like this from Britain.
Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass.
Anyway, yeah, I just remembered that. I remember. I don't think I ever was I don't know if the game was any good. I remember not getting that far in the game, but I remember that song being cool. And it is funny that you heard that and immediately thought of rap, because that's not rap. That's more like shit, man. That sounds more like the Prodigy. That's more like electronic music.
Yeah, sort of, but like it reminded me of like let me see if I can find it here.
Buck to the buck to the buck to the face, biggity bumble. Yeah, I think it was like a pretty shitty video game, honestly. I remember playing it and not really enjoying it or knowing what I was doing.
This song sounds nothing like it, but this is what I was thinking of.
What? Oh, this?
I put it in the private chat. This is a good song. You might not like it. It's kind of a jazzy British rap.
Was this some bullshit?
I know you hate my music, but
Let's see what this is.
but I actually
We have
like this. I listen to this quite a bit. You can just listen to like the first verse and then it just repeats pretty much.
This one's for those that take it over the limit. I go in full speed and never know when to finish. If you went from baby, I'll be home in a minute to I'm over the limit. For those that don't pose for the image, too busy trying to lift up their soul with a spirit. I'm over the limit. I'm over the limit.
While most say all I'm about is making moves, I'm like, fuck that, bruv. All I'm about is breaking rules. Show you the real way to down a case of booze. Jump behind the wheel and still make some calculated moves. He's been about it since he found his way to school. Lunchtime, spotted, plotting by a mountain made of food. A rowdy April fool out to change your mood. F the crowd that ain't as cool and the crowd that they pursue. They act as if this madman is.
Yeah, I get. You know what? That's fair. I see how you drew those.
Yeah,
drew
just
that,
kind of like a
connected those
swingy
dots.
type. Yeah.
Yeah, black British guy.
Yeah.
You know.
I listen to a lot of stuff like that. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I know the crowd here likes more rock and melody, but this is a swingy, horny type stuff. It kind of reminds me like Biggie was jazzy and swingy too.
What was this? Ayahuasca by Paperface. This is Drew Huntley's asking for some. Oh, here we go. Well, let's see what this is. Folks, this is Cornfed Radio.
Did we catch up on all the super chats, by the way?
Yeah, this
Lots
is all
of
the super chats. Yeah.
Thanks for all the super chats, guys.
These are all. Oh, and then here's another one for the Alabaster Pastor, Kanye, Preacher Man, $7 from Darren Bianco. Thank you. Here we go. This is with Drew's whatever this is. Paperface by Ayahuasca. This is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG. The Chirp. Wait, where? Oh, there we go.
I like the art already.
Breathe what we exhale. When the tree exhales, we need what the tree exhales. So we have a common destiny with the tree. We are all from the earth.
Shit ain't imposter, don't be a mobster. Ain't a factor, you and that, you need an Oscar. Me casa, ain't su casa, I'm buying lobster. Must be spoken things and seeing things. Ayahuasca, hey yo, ayahuasca, hey yo, ayahuasca, hey yo, I a monster. Fuck the Spanish class, you ain't even in the class. Man, never get bands till they bury me. What? I move keys in a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Hey yo. Let me have a go, smash her off the reservation. She a Navajo, hit her with the peace pipe, made her teeth white. Dancing made it rain, made the chief hype. O's and commas, all she rockets, dope designers. Nope, ain't no joke, I'm honest. No, she look like Pocahontas. Feathers in her hair, leather in her gear, yeah. Weapon in the red, stepping anywhere. Well, yeah, she peeked me, wanna keep me, and you know
Navajos creep me and they teeth me.
Ain't a factor, you and that, to need a Oscar. Me casa, ain't su casa, I'm buying lobster. Must be spoken things and seeing things. Ayahuasca, hey yo, ayahuasca, hey yo, ayahuasca, hey yo, I a monster. Fuck the Spanish class, you ain't even in the class.
You ain't even in the casa, but the Spanish girls always tend to call me Papa. Rice and beans made, tryna get up on my roster. Cold down, but my swag dripping like some pasta. Chillin' on the Anacostia. Apple on the back, so it's never hard to watch ya. Nigga talk slick, and it's never hard to pop ya. Pop lock ya, oops, I pop dropped ya. 14-karat earrings in my daughter's ear. From afar, it kinda looked like a chandelier. Red bone, all I'm trying to do is bring it here. I had to go just in case she tried to take it there. Stop the stare. Tommy boxes underwear. Hit it twice, double did. Drop it like some Tupperware. Throw it back, ooh, right there. Had a light.
Shit ain't imposter, don't be a mobster. Ain't a factor, you and that, to need an Oscar. Me casa, ain't su casa, I'm buying lobster. Must be spoken things and seeing things. Ayahuasca, hey yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ayahuasca, hey yo, hey. Ayahuasca, hey yo, hey. I am monster. Fuck a Spanish class, you ain't even in the class.
When suddenly, from out of the west, came the entire Sioux Nation. And let me tell you, baby, they was open for business.
Wow.
I like that they're doing like MF Doom.
Ayahuasca.
MF Doom meets the unknown comic where they got like that's what they think Native Americans are. That was pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Kenny T Strangle Chef $9.99. Summer break mode, boys. Mariska Hargitay. Turn up. I don't know if that's a song or
Thank
he's
you,
just
Kenny.
saying he's on summer break mode. It is summer break mode.
Yeah. It's gonna be a white boy summer again.
It is gonna be a white boy summer, yeah. I miss that feeling, dude. That feeling of like last couple weeks of school and just knowing like right on the horizon is freedom. Just 2 months of endless freedom. Sleep all day, play video games.
Dude, back when no one expected anything of you, dude, it was so good.
What was it?
Back when we got to be like women and no one expected anything of us, that was awesome, dude.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You know?
Yeah, I don't
you just
know,
had to you get to be yourself, dude. You could just like the future didn't feel like it was rushing in on you all the time and closing in around you.
Like walls were closing in.
Yeah, dude, seriously, like it just felt like life is gonna last forever. It was so much fun when you were young. You're just playing video games. Now, dude, if I do like a couple days of video games in a row, I just feel so guilty. I'm letting society down.
I have constant anxiety that I'm not doing what I should be doing.
Same, dude.
Like where I'm just like, anytime I try to enjoy myself, I'm just like, oh, my life is in shambles. I need to. There's something else I should be doing right now.
Honestly,
I'm just like laying here doing fucking nothing.
So it's the 10th. I've quit caffeine for 10 days, and I remember somebody saying, if you feel like your life's a mess and you need to work on something and you can't figure out what it is, work on yourself. So I took that advice and I quit coffee, and like, I know I keep talking about it, but it really improved my life. I was an extreme addict, 800 plus milligrams a day. Like I wasn't sleeping right. I wasn't getting happy. I wasn't laughing. I wasn't working out. So now I do have the energy to start thinking about doing some other projects, and I'm feeling a lot better now.
I'm pissed off because we get to this next song request here in a second. Preacher Man, it looks like this is from like the newest thing he put out. But
so that's my advice to anybody that's feeling like, dude, they need to do something in their life. Figure out something with yourself that you can improve and start working on that, and it'll probably lead you into more other things in your life.
Yeah, I'm upset right now because, like, you know, like I said, I'm using some vacation days, and I have been trying to enjoy myself, and I started watching a new program that I'm like really I'm enjoying. I'm into it. And I'm almost done with the season, and then I went online, and turns out it's been canceled. So this one season that I'm like really into and enjoying, I guess.
What show is this?
It's a show it's a cartoon called Scavenger's Reign, and I don't think
for adults.
Yeah. It's like an adult. It's not an anime. I don't think it looks like it's more like Western animation. But it's sort of like the show Lost, but in space. So it's Lost in Space.
Lost in Space, dude. I've seen that show.
Yeah, no, but it's like it's this it's like a freighter. It's like this big space freighter ship called the Demeter. Has a crash landing or something goes wrong. And so the survivors are stranded on this like weird ass planet where they don't know, they don't know like what this planet is or what any of the life on it is or how, like what's going on, and they're just trying to find their way back to this this ship because they all like they left in escape pods, and then the rest of the ship came back down to the planet later. So they're just trying to figure out how to get back to the ship to see if there's any way to like survive or get off this planet. And it's really good. It's
I
cool.
think it stinks
And-
because you can never, in economics, you never see the unseen. And we hate all like the 6-second videos and the TikToks and how everybody's attention span's getting shorter, and we wish there was good content. But then it feels like when something good comes out, like that show that you're watching there, most people wouldn't be able to get into it because there's too much storyline. So they just zone out, and then the show gets canceled.
Okay. I didn't even know this. Kenny asks, "Is it from the creators of Common Side Effects?" I think it is.
Give
It is
Robbie,
the same studio.
shoot Robbie the link. Open invite,
Yeah.
Robbie Goodwin.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess it is like some of the people who did. Okay. Oh, Robbie wants to come on.
Yeah, but it stinks. Like, so I feel like a lot of times when a good show does come on or does get created,
There's the
because not
link.
enough people have the attention span to watch it anymore, because there's so much content that you're not even going to get good. So they go back to making slop. They go back to making chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Although that video that you showed me last week, dude, probably the hardest I've laughed in. I can't even remember when I laughed that hard.
I've listened to Steve's
the
Lava
Asian one.
Chicken in English and in Japanese probably 100 times each. It's so
pause.
good.
Oh,
I started watching another show. This is an anime that came up on HBO Max. I started watching this show called Lazarus. Hello, Robbie.
Hi.
Hey, Robbie.
I started watching this show called Lazarus, and I haven't watched a lot of anime, and so I did the thing where I was like, I'm getting some real Cowboy Bebop vibes from this because Cowboy Bebop is one of the few I've watched. Well, it turns out I was right. It is the same guy that did Cowboy Bebop. So all the stuff that I was noticing, like the fucking jazz music,
Lazarus,
and
it's not a. Is it like a biblical show?
no, it's like in the future, this guy makes a pill that's like the miracle drug, and then he disappears, and then he comes back and says, "By the way, that pill that all y'all are taking that I made, in 30 days, anyone who's taking it will die." And so they got to figure out how to make that not happen.
Word. That sucks.
Yeah.
So they thought it was a panacea, and it ended up being a 30 days. It ended up being the tape from The Ring or whatever.
Yeah. So
yeah.
But yeah, it's whatever that guy's fucking Shinichiro Watanabe or whatever his name is. Anyway, hello, Robbie.
I never heard of him.
Robbie's
Dude,
here.
I didn't get him. I didn't get them, and I wanted to get them. But have you seen them? They're in the checkout line as an impulse buy. They have Shaq gummies now, like gas station gummies, and Shaq Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, we've seen those. Robbie, wait, Robbie, what were you saying?
Chicken Robbie. I love chicken. I want to see Minecraft, dude. I love.
I caught up with you. I do want to see it now.
I didn't realize that it's just a Jack Black movie, basically. It's just like Jack Black just being like, dude, I'm in Minecraft, dude. And that sounds great.
Yeah.
Wait, Invictus, Invictus, what girls were mean to me?
When it came out, I messaged Dalton. I'm like, you're going to go see this, right? And he's like, I don't think I'm going to. I was like, I don't get why. I just figured he would be there. And now I think you're saying it caught up with you. You get it now?
Yeah. Wait, there were girls that were mean to Robbie?
That's what Invictus said. And what's with the shopping bag? What's everyone talking about?
Robbie be shopping.
Robbie the
Robbie the Ice Goodwin.
What's Crack-A-Meek? Oh, on Dork Court. Oh yeah. Yeah, they were mean to me. What the fuck? It was so weird.
Wait, was that the Josie episode?
No.
Oh no,
Josie was cool.
They were mean to Crack. Some chick came on there, did her whole set about being mean to Crack.
One girl came on and just like was. I mean, I think Drew invited all those crazy ass ladies.
Oh, one lady was mean to Drew too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one girl just kept calling me ugly, and I was like, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
I was like, "You're a lesbian. You don't even fucking know what you're talking about."
I don't typically watch Door Court, but I tuned in because I knew Crack was going to be on, so I ended up watching a couple episodes, and I was. Oh, there's a lot of those Brooklyn chicks that just came on and like, oh, you're just trying to be mean to the hosts.
They were in Philly.
That's
so.
all right.
Please, you know what I would say. Please don't be mean to me.
Please don't be mean. I hate when girls are mean to me. I did the roast.
Drew's here.
Hey, what's up, Drew?
Hell yeah.
I didn't bring those chicks there. It's a different Drew.
Yeah, I was doing roast battle on Wednesday, and they were judging, and there was a cool black guy there, and he was just like, he roasted the guy who was roasting. He's like, I don't know what to say about you, man, you ugly. And I was like, ow, that really hurt.
What do you think of this though? Here's an idea. What about like a similar to like the Great British Bake Off, but it's like a floral arrangement competition called Rose
Floral
Battle.
and Hardy?
Rose Battle, okay.
Step that you
Rose Battle.
And we can get Rosebud to host it. Rosebud will have to host it. Yeah.
Rosebud.
Derek Rose Battle.
Pete Rose.
Yeah.
The judge is Pete Rose.
And so what's the premise of this?
It's like a baking competition, but similar to like those shows, but it's for floral arrangement. So it's like there's a funeral and it's like who can make the best arrangement of flowers for the funeral.
Yeah.
It's called Rose Battle.
Where's Nikki Champagne, by the way?
She did an hour and she left because Dave was being weird and creepy.
No, that is not what happened.
Dave was over here salivating.
Everybody here is scared of girls, so when you treat them like
a fucking
normal
dog
people,
with
they
his little
think you're
red
being-
rocket poking out, he's humping the fucking chair leg.
She is hot.
First of all, she wouldn't have been on the show if it wasn't for me. Second of all, she messaged me and said thanks for having me on.
She's a damn muscle mommy.
Yeah, so
She is
it's
a
funny. I
muscle
said that
mommy.
to her, and she, like 2 years ago, I was like, I was gonna get you a muscle mommy sweatshirt, and she's like, please don't get that.
Yeah, why would she?
Well, yeah, I get that's understandable. Yeah,
But I
can see why
thought that
wouldn't
she
be-
got the humor, and I thought she would get the ironic humor of it because she's a Skanks fan. But no, they do not get the humor in that.
She seems like somebody who's like a fan of Skanks, yes, but she definitely seemed a little more.
She's a good girl. She loves her
she,
daddy.
She did not seem like as abrasive as like the Skanks themselves. She seemed a little more like toned down, very even keel, low key. She's taking care of her bees. You know,
I believe everyone's saying it was Dave's fault.
You guys can
it
think
was
whatever you
Dave's
want,
fault.
dude. It was not Dave's
She
fault.
seemed like a pretty like even tempered, just like nice lady who happens to like enjoy that kind of humor or whatever, like that show.
Right.
But she didn't come across to me as like a skank for sure. She just seemed like
she's
really
a nice lady.
nice lady.
Like, yeah.
No,
she's buying.
I told you when she won the fight and I went over and we were talking or whatever, she said to me, and it almost brought a tear to my eye. She said, "I hope I made my dad proud." And I was like, "What a nice woman!" when she said that.
Yeah.
You know, and then I was like, "I'm going to continue being friends with this."
And you know what her dad said? "Honey, I've always been proud."
Right.
You probably did.
You
Yeah.
know?
She's
And
from
I
a
bet-
nice. She seems like she's from a nice Canadian
You don't have to
family.
impress me.
I like that.
I
You
said,
got.
"Honey-
if anything, she left
honey,
because she's
you."
right leaning, and she didn't like all this liberal talk from the chat.
Honey, you unshrunk my penis.
By the way, we have a Kanye song we got to listen to, so this is perfect for Robbie. Robbie, if you listen to this, I haven't heard this. Is this
Which one?
Preacher Man?
Oh no, play the new one, dude. That's old. Play the new
No,
one.
somebody paid money for this.
No,
so-
I think that's
Okay.
a new one. I think that is
Let's
a
go
new one.
let's go ahead and give this a spin real quick.
I
and
thought
see
this
what
was a
is.
Sinbad bit.
Sinbad's in the video, I think.
Yeah, so Darian Bianco played for this. Darren
Let's see what this
Bianco.
is. We'll give it a spin. And see
Oh
what-
yeah. I listen to that. From Bully.
I thought that was Bobby Lee.
Break it, they ain't let us in. We pass on the settlements. This path I don't recommend. We pass what they expected, man.
I like this.
I go where they never can.
Yeah, Bully is
I
really
float,
good.
I'll never land. When it's dark, you don't know where you go. Need a light bearer to lead you home. I go where they never can. I float, I'll never land. When it's dark, you don't know where you go. Need a light bearer to lead you home. Light 'em up, beat me up. The only goat, the genius one. They switch sides, I seen it coming. The plot twist, a convenient one. Look, nobody finna extort me, even when they record me. I'ma keep it more G. Hand me a drink before I get more deep. She hates sports unless she watching from the floor seats. I hate that guy didn't make a couple more of me. And all my haters in the chords at the coordinate. They imitate the sound, call it forgery. What we doing's more important, more importantly. Look where we made it to. Made ways that's unmakeable. Yay, Willis, unbreakable. Broke rules and bent corners and hopes of breaking through. Basically, went out my way to make a way for you. Basically, we finna take them high places through it. Way improved and like a beta, we gon' stay improving. This the light that's gonna illuminate the way we move it. Trust in me, we going God on the day is proven. Light 'em up, beat me up. The only goat, the genius one. They switch sides, I seen it coming. The plot twist, a convenient one.
Is that a real hammer?
No, this is an AI video.
I get to you, and I walk up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and get to you. I get to you.
Good sample.
I walk up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and get to you. I get to you. I walk up to the preacher man just to pick your lovely hand and get to you. I get to you. And
You guys are gonna hate me for saying this. Not a big fan.
Yeah,
I just don't get it.
What?
Yeah, because you're racist.
Yeah, that was
Look at
awesome.
this. Robbie earlier Dave said he didn't like College Dropout. So
I mean, I'm sure you seem like you only listen to like I don't know. You seem like one of those guys who's like really into
I listen to like all black music, just good black music, which is not Drake, it's not Kanye.
Dude, you're probably the one who posted. I saw something
You
like.
seem like you have everything but country or hip hop in your on your MySpace bio.
Yeah.
No. You guys think that about me? I listen to almost exclusively hip hop.
Yeah, dude. I saw one of those like statue profile pictures on Twitter say, "I love the new Kanye song. I just hate all the schizophrenic shit at the beginning." And I'm like, so you just want a song where he just says "Heil Hitler"?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah,
what you like about this song is the parts where he just says "Heil Hitler," and then the actual rapping that he does. I was like, that's
rapping and speech.
Dude, those statue guys are so fucking cringe. It's like
you guys are the Kanye fans. I'm the one that's saying I don't like the music.
No, but that's the statue guys don't like his music either. They just like Heil Hitler, that one song.
That song we just listened to, I enjoyed. I did. I liked
The
the,
whole
sample and the beat was cool.
The whole Bully Rough Draft is very good. It actually sounds very. It's funny because I was like, oh damn, he must really be in a depressive episode because that whole album is very melancholy and sad, and like very like
it had a somber feeling.
And then it's like, oh, I guess everything he's doing right now is just manic as fuck again. I
don't even know what's going on because within the last like month, there have been he's announced like multiple albums that I don't know if they exist or where you find them.
He's in a manic episode though.
Because I was like, wait, which album is he on? Like, what has he released? Like,
Well, he's
where
got
did he
Bully, he's got Cuck, and he's got Vultures 3. They're all coming. I know they're coming. Oh, then he just like released.
Well, didn't he just release an album just pretty much saying all the things you can't say as anybody? He's just like, I'm gonna say.
I think that's the one.
I'm gonna say the N-word, which white people can't say. I'm gonna say Heil Hitler, which white people can't say. I'm gonna say all the things white people can't say as an album.
By the way, Drew, thank you for doing the salute when you said that. Thank you for throwing it up.
I waved to my
he
people.
said from his heart to ours. That's all.
From my area to.
I did do the math on that cousin song, and they were about the same age.
Dude, he talked about sucking his cousin off, and then saying Hail Hitler is a bigger story than sucking your cousin off.
I don't like the gay shit.
He's just
dude. I don't like that being a Nazi is a bigger story than you sucking his cousin.
Hold on, it's not gay when it's family.
What?
Did he come out and say he was molested?
The incest negates the gay. It nullifies the gay part of it.
All right, that might be math. That's black math.
That's black math. That's black math.
It's black.
It's black.
Yeah, because he said 3 years later he got put in jail, which as an adult, like he got put in adult jail.
What was he an adult? How old was he?
So Kanye said he stopped sucking his cousin's dick when he was 14, and then they said 3 years later he got.
Wait, he did it multiple times?
Yeah, he said he did it for years.
It feels good in your mouth.
This is insane.
Mind blown.
How is this not a bigger story than Heil Hitler?
Me with
Who
that,
cares?
dude.
I think it was a big story, but people just didn't know what to do with that information. Like,
you guys don't realize, Robbie thinks I'm like a
what do you mean
redneck.
not-
I'm an OG hit wigger. I miss me with that gay shit. Like that's the type of militant. I'm like a militant black wigger.
Like, what are we supposed? I think everyone's just like, what are we supposed to do with it? Like, it's just strange. It's just so weird.
You're just like a Rappaport where you're like, yo, the '90s was the best era. The 5 pillars of hip hop. Kool Moe Dee and
all right, you said a lot of. All right, I don't mind if people are mean to me, but please do not ever call me like a Rappaport. All right, that's where I draw the line.
That's those kinds of guys. I mean, there's like that kind of guy who's like,
I know what they are. I'm not
the old school. Was
I'm not a Rappaport or a Dave Portnoy.
Goddamn SoundCloud rappers are crying. I hate SoundCloud.
Slick Rick and
I want to fucking kill these mumble rappers.
KRS-One.
Anyway,
you're making some good points now that I'm hearing it out loud. Now that I'm hearing it out loud, it does sound a little bit like me. All right.
Tune into Flagrant 2.
Damn, son.
Schultz.
Yeah.
Drew Montana. I said something about Schultz, and Drew Montana said, "Has he?" Like he calls Andrew Schultz "Has he" because of his Twitter. Like what? Why does he call himself "Has he"?
So the Kanye thing, are you guys familiar with alpha cucks and beta cucks?
No.
Because the Kanye thing sent me down a rabbit hole of finding out what an alpha cuck versus a beta cuck was.
Yeah, what?
Rabbit's hole.
What hole did Kanye send you down?
So an alpha cuck.
Sent down a hole by a man.
An alpha cuck is when you're so powerful and you're so in control of everything, including your woman is so submissive that you hand out your woman for other men, and it doesn't bother you because you're so rich and powerful. You can get any woman. That the woman that you have, you're in control of, will sleep with other men. But a beta cuck is when you're in a relationship with a woman that wants other men, and you're kind of humiliated by the cuckery. And the reason I got in that rabbit hole is because Kanye was calling himself a cuck in one of the things and saying that he's into that, so it sent me down a whole rabbit hole of cuckery. Didn't know there was a difference.
It's not my thing, dude. One woman.
Well,
rabbit
people were
holes.
saying guys like Bezos are alpha cocks, where
dude,
they don't mind dating a woman that's been around because they think of the woman like an object. It's just something else they're buying because they're so powerful. where a beta cuck is getting cheated on. He's getting cuckolded.
Yeah.
All right,
I brought to the show to a halt.
Good night, Robbie.
Hey, Kanye was the one that's called himself a cuck. He's claiming to be an alpha cuck. That's
Let's
all I'm
get
saying.
lost tonight. I can be your roll big hoss tonight. That was something I was singing to myself earlier about Jelly Roll.
Everybody gets scared when I bring up the truth about the cuckolds here for Kanye.
Nobody's a cuckold, dude. That's crazy. That's a gay shit.
He sings it in a song, the Hail Hitler song.
Yeah, because
Kanye
he's gay,
sings, I'm
dude.
a cuck. I like to watch my woman get whatever by other guys.
I'm a cuck.
I'm more up on Kanye than you guys.
I'm a gay guy.
I'm sorry that I'm more up on pop culture and Kanye than you guys, and you got lost because Kanye was calling himself a cuck in the Hail Hitler song.
I'm trying to find Croy.
Maybe you don't listen to the lyrics like I do.
Croy,
so you
can
can
you-
try to understand the man.
I can't find it. Croy,
You
can
just
you put
call
it
him
back
crazy like the mainstream media
Hold
wants
on.
you to, instead of trying to listen to his lyrics that he's trying to share with you.
Croy,
His
can you put it
lyrics
back
say
in the
he's a
chat what
cuck.
you said earlier? Croy said something I was supposed to do earlier, and I can't find his chat. $4.99.
No, there was
from
more
Croy.
songs.
Red Bar covering Cousin.
Oh, that was a good one, dude.
I
You
haven't
did,
seen it yet.
dude, you rocked it, dude. You're pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Red Bar Cousins. Where can I find it? Is it
I think
is it
I
stuck
saw it on
behind
Red
the-
Bar Rewind.
Oh, here I found it. We'll do this and then we'll do Croyd's thing. Because Croyd, yes, Boys Club by Ween. Yes. So we'll do this Red Bar thing and then we'll do that, and then we'll do that, and then we'll wrap it up. But here, yeah, I found the Red Bar thing.
All right, but I'm gonna go back to chat. Love you guys. Love you,
Love you,
Dalton. Love you,
Drew.
Dave.
Be
Love you
be
too.
Jill.
I'm going to put the pause. This is the Kanye lyrics right here, putting them in chat.
Here.
Magazine, and he started performing oral to his cousin up until his cousin was 14 years old. You know,
Cousins. After this most recent string of tweets, I don't know if there's anybody
This
out
is
there
crazy.
who is still really truly supporting Kanye West.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
Hold
yeah.
on. Hold on. This is an impromptu Cornfed bar. Folks, welcome to Cornfed Bar. Jules, continue.
See you outside again, hanging out with your motherfucker. You're killing.
I'm very mad about that.
See you outside again, just hanging out with your friends. Hanging with my cousin, reading dirty magazines. We see two niggas kissing, we know what that shit means. Then we start reenacting everything that we had seen. That's when I gave my cousin head, gave my cousin head, gave my cousin head, I gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head, see you outside again, just hanging out with your friends. And I know these niggas about to judge me now. Started off when we was hanging out. Tell my cousin not to tell nobody. Please, no, don't tell nobody. The truth will set you free someday. But I don't think they understand that I'm not attracted to a man. Nitrous don't help me, just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria, I'm not talking about a man. Told her don't leave me, cause I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright. And that one time that you left me, I didn't get no sleep that night. And that one time that you left me, it took 10 perks to get high. 10 perks to get high, pray that I don't die. But if I die, see you in the sky. 2 pints of that quay. Don't leave, just stay, babe. Let's go on a vacay. Leave the world behind. Thank you. Leave the world behind. Leave the world behind. Nitrous don't help me, just put me in a trance. I'm not talking about euphoria, I'm talking about a man. Told her don't leave me, cause I need you by my side. And as long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright.
They say Dave Muntz helped write this.
I'll probably be alright. Temperature get high, pray that I not die. But if I die, see you in the sky. 2 pints of that quay. Don't leave, just stay, babe. Let's go on a vacay, leave the world behind. Thank you. Another hit.
I like that. That was that was moving. That was really good.
All right, real fast. I wanted to say, dude. So Robbie's incorrect about that. Kanye stopped sucking his dick when he was 14. He started sucking his dick when he was when Kanye was 10 and the kid was 6.
So Kanye sucked his cousin's dick for 4 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
But he was 6 years old when he started. So it's
Kanye was 6.
No. The kid was 6. Kanye was 10.
Kanye was 10.
And so Kanye said he stopped sucking his dick at 14, meaning like he stopped sucking the kid's dick when he was 14. And then 3 years later, that kid went to jail.
Okay.
That's that's a fucked up story.
Everything's still up in the air and stuff like that. Like, it's still kind of new information, but I went and tried to cross-reference, and this is what I thought, and then this is, like, I just Googled it to try to confirm that, but, so I think that's a part of it that people are overlooking, that this dude is, like, not cool, bro. That's not, I mean, the gay shit's already one thing. I've been saying, like, I'm just saying, like, the pedo shit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
but that's what Drew is saying. They're mad about the Hail Hitler stuff, but they don't care about the molestation stuff.
Both sides are cherry picking that shit, bro.
Yeah.
which part of it they get mad about? You know what I'm saying? And
wait,
yeah.
Wait, so the kid that he was molesting, well, I don't know. He's 4 years older. That's old enough to know. Is in jail now, and then Kanye comes out.
Yeah.
And do they know that it's him? Because he just ratted his cousin's like, whoa, I don't want people knowing that.
The kid went to jail
at 17 for murdering somebody.
Yeah.
But maybe that kid doesn't want his business on the street.
Well, in the song there, Kanye was like, I know he begged him not to tell him all these years and stuff like that. Or I guess didn't beg him to tell him, maybe, or whatever, but like,
That sucks.
I wanted to highlight the fact that, like, the age discrepancy. That was just my main thing. So.
It was consensual.
It was.
I don't know. I think at 14, you know what you're doing. Maybe that's when he quit.
Yes.
The black community, they know.
Maybe that's when he quit. Maybe at 13, you even know, though.
Drew, we can't.
It's kind of weird.
Goodbye, Drew. We can't even. Your audio is not working. Goodbye, Drew.
All right, but that's all I wanted to tell y'all guys. But just, I mean, yeah, that's a part that everybody needs to keep an eye on, or like not overlook, But yeah.
Well, that was that was Black Correspondent Pandatron.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pandatron.
So it's not only is it gay shit, but it's pedophile.
Okay, Pandatron is wrong because Kanye said 3 years later he went to jail, and the guy and his cousin got convicted of murder when he was 17. So ergo, they were both 14.
Ergo, the Ben Affleck movie.
Yeah, checkmate. I mean, I doubt. Yeah, it says Kanye's cousin. Oh, they were talking about when Kim was talking to that like criminal justice thing, and Kim says Kanye's cousin has a double life sentence for a murder that he committed when he was 17. 17 minus 3 is 14. Also, none of this all could have not happened. Kanye could be trolling. I don't know. I think he is gay, but I think this could also be like a tall tale. But who knows?
They do be lying.
Yeah.
So that they be lying on them Section 8 paperwork, and
ChatGPT says it's a lie, that there's no credible information suggesting that Kanye West engaged in this type of behavior.
Well, it's an anecdote. He just revealed it. It was like a thing. Like, why would there be records of this?
Look, I paid $20 a month for this. This has to be true, Dalton.
Dude, stop giving OpenAI your money, dude. Don't support this shit.
Open ass.
Open ass ignorance.
Everything that Sam Altman is doing is good for us and the people around us.
you using open ass ignorance's chat gay penis testicles software.
He definitely fucked Diddy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably consensual.
Who hasn't?
Or he got raped. I don't see Kanye raping Diddy.
Dude, I've used ChatGPT like probably less than 10 times, and I just was like, anytime I use it, I was like, well, this is like a novelty. Like whatever this is doing, I could do better. Like I could write my own emails, I could write a paper.
You can code in Python in C++.
but I'm not I'm not a software engineer.
Yeah,
so it's
why he would do this.
I'm not even trying to do any of those things.
Why he would do this? Kanye's very mentally ill. I don't know. I mean, I think I have far be it for me. Be it for me to be an armchair psychiatrist, but I think Kanye might be.
Escape it from me.
I think Kanye might be a little crazy.
Yeah, he is a little nuts.
It's hard to tell, honestly, how much is stress induced and how much is media induced.
I think he just. I think a lot of it is drug induced. Obviously.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to like take. Dalton knows you're not supposed to take hallucinogens, and
you're not supposed to take 8. What did he say in that song? He had to take 8 something to get high.
Perkies.
Yeah.
And that was back when he was 14, 17.
Yeah, I mean, if you have
fast forwards to the president or to the present.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have like a predisposition or like a propensity for mania, your brain is kind of a very sensitive territory. It's like you got to be careful. Like if you already have like something where you're already kind of walking a razor's edge mentally, anything you do can affect that. Like, so that's why it's like if he's doing nitrous and perkies and even just like social media, the way he uses social media can like drive him crazy. Like there's all these like factors that go in.
The sheer attention would drive me
crazy. There's like, that's why like a
me.
lot of celebrities are crazy because just like no one should be getting that kind of attention anyway.
Yeah.
So
there's a really sad song about an artist I admire, kind of like really deep in like a perk addiction too. Can we pull up this video?
Yeah.
All right.
Pull up to the motherfucking party and for perks. Perk 10, I just popped a perk 10. Perk 30, I just popped a perk 30. Perk 60, I just popped 2 perk 30s. Perky dance, make me do my perky dance. Perky dance. How the fuck did you pull up?
That's so sad.
All right, so
that's sad.
I thought that was sad. I thought that was really
sad to see somebody who's so talented and just such a promising talent.
Does perks
in the throes of addiction like that?
Doesn't perks help you take the weight off though? So maybe
I think it makes
beneficial.
you fat.
Does it?
Yeah,
perks,
I think opiates make you fat. That's Steph Curry, with Peter. You didn't see this gag when he Peter pretended to be his kid. Steph voiced himself, which was very cool. Let me try and find it. I love Family Guy and Family Guy clips. I love sharing my friend Family Guy clips.
I love Family Guy funny moments.
There's so many of them.
Yeah, there's so over 20 years. Dude, by the way, I love what Seth MacFarlane is doing where he was like, I don't know if I can commit myself to Family Guy and my other projects. And then he left to go do just a more expensive Family Guy.
And now it's animated too.
Yeah, now he's doing the prequel show on Peacock.
No, it's a sequel.
And in a sequel animated series.
I think the prequel is done. I think that they're done with the prequel.
Apparently, it's really expensive. Like animating Ted, he said was like that they put so much work into the actual animation to make it fluid and realistic.
Yeah,
that it's some of the most advanced CG animation. It's like it costs so much money to make it.
I will say, when Seth MacFarlane is in the Ted green screen suit, it does look like Andy Serkis playing Gollum or something. It's pretty crazy.
He's in a suit to play.
Yeah, he's
the mannerisms of his.
Yeah, he plays Ted. It's like a live action PETA performance.
You want to know something? I'll tell you, because look, Robbie and I are unapologetic MacFarlane heads. That Star Trek show he did, The Orville, is really good.
I've heard it's great.
The problem where it suffers, like the problem that with it that I think like hinders
Well, Peter's
McFarlane.
not in it. That's
The first problem. Peter's not in it. But I think what trips McFarlane up when he's trying to do something like that is because he's so known for comedy that he's doing this like pretty sincere riff on Star Trek that's really like embodying Star Trek, you know?
Yeah.
But I think he still feels like he has to do a comedy show also. So like the first couple seasons are like mostly comedy, but still very heavy sci-fi. And then, but the third season is a complete departure from like the comedy where it becomes like a very serious sci-fi drama that here and there in the third season, he sprinkles in some McFarlane humor that is so like tonally dissonant. It becomes a really bizarre show in the third season.
I should watch it. I think it's funny that he's just so rich. He was like, I want to do Star Trek because I love Star Trek. So
It's one of the best Star Trek things that's come out in recent years, and it's not Star Trek, but it's really good. Norm is in it. Norm's really good in it.
It's Norm's last performance, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Norm plays an alien that's just like a ball of goo.
Hey, I'm a blob.
I'm a blob.
Hey, you're a ball of goo. Kevin Brennan should be in it too, I think.
Yeah,
you big tub of goo.
They did Spaceballs, Mars Attacks. Trying to think of parodies of like that type of genre.
Those are parodies. The Orville is a much more sincere show. Like it definitely is. You know, the show itself, like what it is like it's a show that's like developing characters and plot and story, and making the effort to be like a sci-fi show. Like
I've watched clips. I like clips of that show.
Yeah, and so it definitely
does have like, as you would say, a campy feel to it.
Yeah,
in some of the scenes, but it's good. The clips are always good that I've seen. I've enjoyed them.
And the first two seasons are very much like this blend of Star Trek, but with a sitcom feel. Yeah. But then the third season is very like he kind of like departs from even trying to be a comedy show, where it's like Star Trek, like it's just like the next generation, but not. But then
Seth MacFarlane, like what?
Yeah, but then like Norm Macdonald is still in it.
Well, I grew up in South Attleboro.
This clip from the Peter show, and then I'll log off.
Let's go. Yeah, let's see what this is.
For the whole Bay Area to be just 4 games away from the championship.
Dad, I duked.
The other team's not just going to go away, though. We got to stay focused. Keep doing what we've been doing.
Fat lady. Dad, the fat lady.
Yeah, I see her, Peter.
Make her go.
That's not how we talk to people.
Make her go.
I'll leave.
Yay, I'm learning bad lessons.
Dude, I love the Peter show.
I love the Peter show. Peter's so much bigger than Steph, but he's on his knee like a baby. All right, I gotta go. Good night, Dad.
Good night, Robert.
Good night,
Roberto.
So I grew up for almost 3 decades. I lived in South Attleboro, 20 minutes from RISD. So when they're talking about parts of the show of co-op,
the Riz dealer,
I actually got, so when you guys are like, oh, we're big, you almost have to be a McFarlane fan when you live in that area, because they would bring up South Attleboro in the show a lot, and they would bring up the wrong exits and the wrong stuff. So if you were actually from the area, it would get frustrating because all the people that wrote, a lot of the writers and actors in that show, including Seth, were from RISD and lived in Providence for a couple of years while they attended university. But yeah, Norm's Novelty on Exit 2 in South Attleboro was actually in Pawtucket over the line, and it was not Exit T.
Like Pawtucket Patriot Ale, the beer that they drink in Family Guy and the brewery.
Well, there's a lot of rumors that Quahog is Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Oh, rumors.
Yeah, which was for me, the scuttlebutt in Providence around RISD was that Pawtucket, Rhode Island was Quahog, which would make a lot of sense we spent a lot of time there. It would make a lot of sense. And there's a lot of guys in Irish pubs that act like PETA. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club.
See, I'm talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Take the time, have some fun. Go outside, make love in the sun. Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Oh, now, yeah.
Boys Club.
Oh, now, I'm talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Can you dig it? Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Tell your woman, tell your man, go somewhere they got to understand. It's Boys Club.
Boys Club.
And I know they'll understand.
Boys Club.
Oh yeah, talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club. Boys Club.
Come on, Glenn. Come on, Glenn. You can talk of the future, you can talk of the past. You can go find yourself a nice piece of ass. Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Song's kind of gay when you think about it. Boys Club. Pause.
Talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Now, it may not be gay, and it may not be proud, but it don't matter, cause I'm always allowed. Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Yeah.
Boys Club.
Oh yeah, talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Come on, baby.
Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club.
Oh yeah, talking about Boys Club.
Boys Club. Boys Club.
Do it, baby, now.
Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club. Boys Club.
Okay, baby.
Boys Club.
Come on now, Boys Club.
Boys Club.
Come on down, Boys Club.
Boys Club. Talking about Boys Club.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Boys Club.
I like that.
Yeah. That was mellow.
Yeah. I like
You guys would be mad. I like that better than the Yee song.
I like Ween.
we listened to
Ween
it earlier.
is very good. Ween are a talented couple of fellows.
Yeah. I like that better than the wrestling Kanye song we listened to earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever flushes your toilet.
I just feel like he's trying to do too much. I do like the woman's voice singing Preacher Man was nice, but it's drowned out by the rest of the stuff. The I don't know what you call it, but like the carryover in the middle where it picks up and you think the song's gonna like change. It's just very different from the rest of the music, and then it just ends and it goes back to him doing that like fake auto-tune singing that him and Drake love so much, and I just is like not a huge fan. I just don't get it. I feel like you and me could do that with auto-tune.
No.
Yes.
I probably couldn't.
Yeah, I feel like if we got some people together that kind of like knew that stuff, you know, you get Dave Blunt to write, you get Crack to write the song. He's our Dave Blunt. You know, we auto-tune a couple things, and we got a Kanye hit. We just gotta say the K word on Twitter and Hail Hitler.
No, I don't want to say that. Never again.
You never say the K word ever again, dude. What if you date a really nice Jewish woman and she's into K word play? You wouldn't do that for her love?
No, I don't like that whole like psychosexual nonsense, like where women are into being like slapped around and beat up and
She's not into that. She just likes the K word play.
excoriated verbally, like that kind of thing. Like, I'm not trying to do all that. I just want to do sweet love making.
She just wants a handsome young goy boy.
Missionary, and then that one where she lays flat on her stomach, and then I come in from behind.
Oh, it's kind of like doggy, but you smush your cheeks together.
Yeah, prone bone.
Yeah,
that one's cool.
So you like a pillow princess?
I guess I just like the least amount, like whatever's the least amount of effort. So just like keep it, simple. Like basketball. It's the fundamentals.
Yeah, So you're trying to put the balls inside there too, though.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Like the booyah. Trying to put the balls in there, like the booyah.
In her ass. Yeah.
All right, you got it. One of you guys know what booyah is.
Yeah, but I'm bad at sex and like all of like whatever.
I don't know. I think once you find a lady that you're comfortable with, you guys can get good at sex together. That's what you're supposed to do.
I don't know how to talk dirty. I'm just like, yeah, you like it when I put my penis inside of you. Does that feel good?
So I told this story.
Pleasurable for you.
So now that this isn't Christian talk anymore all the time, I told the story in Sibling Reveille, but I dated a woman that was on the Howard Stern show for a while. I dated when she was younger. And at one point she was like, I want you to talk dirty to me. So I was like, okay, blah, blah, blah. And then she was like, no, dirtier. And I said, blah, blah. And then I called her a slut because I was just like learning, whatever. And then she started crying and I was like, I'm sorry. She's like, you told me to be mean to you and talk dirty. She's like, not that mean. And so it was my first experience with please don't be mean to me. And it was with a very nice young lady named Sarah.
Have we listened to Emerson, Lake and Palmer here?
I don't know. Was that on the super chats?
No, I just there's a song the album's good, but they have like anyway. Check this out, and we're gonna wrap it up.
I dated Sarah Hostler from Connecticut.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass stands a real blade of grass. Be careful.
Oh, this is good.
Move along, move along. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. Rest assured, you'll get your money's worth. With this show, it happened all. You gotta see the show. It's dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Oh, right before your eyes, we will laughter from the skies. And he laughs until he cries, and he dies, and he dies. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Oh.
Ooh.
Soon the gypsy queen in a glaze of Vaseline will perform on guillotine. What a scene, what a scene. Next on the side, will you please extend a hand to Alexander's ragtime band? Dixieland, Dixieland. Roll on, roll on, roll on, see the show. Performing on the stool, we've a sight to make you through. 7 virgins out of you. Keep it cool, keep it cool. We don't like it to be known. The exhibits that were shown were exclusively our own. All our own, all our own. Come and see the show. Come and see the show. Come and see the show.
They ended it with the beginning of the Planet of the Apes. It sounded like.
Oh, that dude, that's good. So you never heard that on the radio?
I've never heard part one, so I didn't really hear
No, the
part
radio
two.
hit is what we just listened to, which is Carnival 9 First Impression Part 2 by Emerson, Lake and Palmer from their album Brain Salad Surgery. I heard that they used to come on classic rock radio all the time, that song, and I always enjoyed it. And I've listened to the album, and that album's good. That's probably the only song that will fit on the radio. Everything else is one of them, them 8, 9, 10-minute long songs.
That was certainly a lot of song that they just played.
Yeah. And the cover for the album is a piece by H.R. Giger. I believe his name is pronounced Giger, but it's Giger.
Ooh.
And you gotta be careful when you say that one. Yeah, it's a cool song. It's like from that, that era of like big, intricate, complex rock and roll compositions, just doing anything and everything. I think they call it progressive rock. It's cool. It's cool music. It's good rock and roll music, And
I didn't mind listening to it. It was enjoyable to listen to. It does not make me want to search out part one.
Yeah. Pandatron is right. The Carnival Mini we'll be familiar with is the arcade game, the light gun. I've talked about Carnival on something before. We've definitely gone over Carnival. Because it was this arcade game with a shotgun, like one of them light guns,
Yeah.
And I would play it every time I went to the arcade, and I never could beat it because they're designed for you not to be able to beat them, but to keep putting quarters in. But then eventually,
when did you figure that out, by the way?
Pretty early. I mean,
Yeah.
like pretty early because I was probably like the last generation of kids that even would have any interest in going to the arcade. And I do remember as a kid, like going to the arcade at the mall or whatever, and pretty quickly discerning like, oh, these games are not made to like be played for very long. Like they're made for you to like get frustrated and keep putting quarters in here until you give up.
I was naive longer than I probably should have been with that stuff. I didn't realize. I really thought that they made games where you could get the high score and compete. I didn't realize there was a huge. I thought the competition between the individuals, which kept the money coming in.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were.
But I mean, the people that are getting
rigging the
high scores
machines.
at that shit are psychos. Like, either they have some like unnatural talent for it, or they're just willing to keep pumping quarters into it till they get good. So they're spending like hundreds of dollars on one video game to get good at it. But then what ended up happening is like, after the heyday of the arcade, like arcades have come and gone, and now you just have like like the main arcades that exist now are like Dave and Buster's types, where you go spend a ton of money to play shit that's already on your phone, like just big versions of like Fruit Ninja or whatever. So they have at those places. But then this new market popped up, which is like arcades with games from when I was a kid, where whoever bought them, like whatever this place is, probably was able to buy them at like a pretty significant discount, used arcade cabinets. And they'll create this arcade, they'll fill it with all these games, and then just charge like a cover charge to get in. So it's like 12, 13, 14, 15 bucks. Gets you a free play pass. So all the games are set to free play. So you just pay the cover to get in.
Nice.
And then you go, and then once you're in, you go up to whatever machine you want to play and hit play, and you can play as much as you want. And that's the only way I was ever able to finish Carnival, was going to a place like that in my 20s.
There's a cool place in Providence. It's a bar. When you first walk in, the bottom floor is probably 20, 25 pinball machines. And then when you step up into like the actual bar area where you get the drinks and you sit and stuff, they have like Pac-Man and stuff. But if you sit at the bar, they'll give you a controller of your choice of Super Nintendo or Super Sega. And then there's emulators on the TV, and you can just pick any game you want. And while you drink, as long as you're drinking, you can just play any emulated game on the screen with your buddy.
There was another
pretty cool.
There was a really cool arcade game. That's the thing that you can't really replicate at home, are the elaborate contraptions that make that were like a lot of these arcade games. There was one called Ocean Hunter, where it was like this big stool you would sit, like this big plastic bench that was connected to it, and then there were two
So it's like a boat seat.
Yeah, it was like a boat seat or whatever. And
Did
then
it
there were
move?
two stations where the controller was like a big harpoon gun.
So you're holding on the handles.
You're holding
like
on
this?
like these two handles. It's like like for a harpoon. And the premise of the game was just like you and your buddy are like ocean explorers, adventurers, trying to find some fucking treasure.
Yeah.
And then each section you go to is you have to fight like a different mythological sea beast. So it's like the Kraken and a Cthulhu or whatever. And that was another one that was like exceedingly difficult that I never got that far in. That I thought was really cool. Though, like I always wanted to play it, I never could like get that far in it. And then as an adult, I finally was able to just go on YouTube and watch someone else beat it.
Nice. I think about, so I played Diablo 4 and I'm kind of at a standstill with it. The new patch will come out on the 14th. I'll pick it back up. But anyways, these streamers, and there's about a dozen of them, will just play for 10 hours a day. And sometimes they're silent. They're not even interacting.
Is that Billionaire?
Yeah, but I didn't understand why somebody would want to watch somebody play video games for 10 hours a day, but then I can tune in and watch them play and figure out the bosses and stuff like in reality. Pull that photo up again. Do you know who those people are?
I know that the middle guy is the billionaire, Brian Johnson, who's trying to live forever.
You know who all three of these people are, I promise you.
Who is that? Is that Paris Hilton?
That's Paris Hilton.
And then this black lady, is she the waitress that's there?
No,
I don't know. I don't
she's
know
a
who that
very
is.
famous black lady. You know 100% who she is.
Is that Jackée Harry?
Here's a hint. See her titty?
Yeah.
Just see how it's drooping and flat?
Yeah.
That's a hint of who she is.
I still don't know.
You've seen this woman a lot. This is why I wanted you to look at it, because I didn't know who it was.
I don't know who she is. I don't know.
Chat, any guesses on who this lady is? That's Lizzo.
That's Lizzo?
Yeah.
She's looking good.
She lost all that weight. Yeah, it was just, that's why I brought it up. She's gotten herself to a point where she was like, for a while there, it's like, okay, she's still fat, but she's claiming whatever. In this picture, she looks just like a little chubby.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so she's done really well. And
Yeah,
she looks like tight too. Like she's
She definitely
did it in that kind of a healthy way.
She's
with
not
exercise stuff.
thin, but she just looks like a regular black lady who eats like hot Cheetos in Arizona iced teas.
Yeah, I did not know that it was Lizzo. Lizzo is actually really talented. Like she plays like lots of different
She
instruments.
plays the flute, yeah.
And yeah, she's supposed like
She'll
seems
be part of
intelligent
the
stuff. So
she'll actually be part of the Skankfest New Orleans jazz competition. She'll be there with her flute.
yeah, her and
Yeah.
Jesse Jeski are going to be the two people hosting it.
Yeah, no, Lizzo's talented. It's just that like she's on the outs kind of still because of some like whatever that fucking story was that came out where she was forcing people to put bananas in their pussies or something.
Yeah, people get over that, dude. She's a black lady. What do they expect?
Yeah, I don't know. There was something came out that kind of went away that a lot of people online are still, just like,
You know
"So
what?
what's going on with that?"
I have a very Tim Dillon-esque thing on this. It's like you're working for
You're fucking gay.
Yeah, no, but when you're working for like a really popular, rich Ellen DeGeneres or Liz or whatever, and they're very demanding of you, people used to know like that's part of the job. You just shut your trap and you keep going. That's what makes celebrities happen. And nowadays they all kind of whine and bitch and no one listens. But when they want to cancel that person for a reason, maybe it's a contract somebody wants to get out or whatever, then they listen to those people that are bitching. But I bet you like name a celebrity besides maybe besides Keanu Reeves. And I bet you all their assistants are like, they suck. They're mean to me. And
Yeah.
I don't want my boss to be mean to me. And it's like, well, that's what bosses do. That's what you get paid for.
No, my boss at work is not mean to me.
Yeah, but when there's a millionaire with a high demanding assistance job, some of the assistants are going to get treated like shit.
I guess so.
That's why you don't become that. And if
By the
you do,
way,
it's because you want to be in that scene.
Speaking of bosses, I need everyone to please subscribe to all the Patreons. Patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Patreon.com/The Crowder Boys. Hit the super chats. Please subscribe and keep support everything because it looks like my job may soon be promoting me to customer, as they say.
I'm sorry to hear that, but
I don't know what's
maybe
going
it'll
on,
be the
dude.
kick in the butt you need.
Dog, I mean,
to-
every week I have to do these. I do these like one-on-one coachings, like part of the company's whatever how they do it. You
Yeah.
do these meetings with your manager every week, and that's everybody at the company does that. And I had one yesterday, and she was like, "So you have been elevated to the next like probationary status or whatever." It was like a written warning, and I just flat out asked her. I said, "What's going on? Like, why is that?" Because last month, I was like, "Well, last month my shit was like through the roof. I just like crushed revenue," and she just was like very honest, and she said, "Trust me, it's stupid. Like the way that they're grading all y'all is not fair to you, and it makes my job difficult." But she was like, "As it is, it's just the way it goes." So she's like, "Yeah, you hit all the metrics. You technically are effective at your job, like you're good at it. But because you came up short on this one KPI, but exceeded the others, but this one came up short," she was like, "That means they're going to put you on like the next, like whatever warning, like write up is, you know?" And she was like, "So until," she said, "Me and all of us have been complaining to management, about like the upper management about that. But she was like, until they change it, we just got to like play the numbers game they want us to play." She was like, basically the conversation that she and I had was, she said, "I've been here for like 15 years. So I'm like, I'm staying here." But she told me, she said, "Don't feel like you have to be loyal to this place because it's not going to be loyal to you." It's like, if you ever want to leave, just leave.
So I worked for this libertarian company in New Jersey. I'm still kind of friends with the owners. I worked for them for like a decade, day in and day out. They said I was their favorite employee. It was a 1099. And I felt guilty about quitting because I was making the least money with them, but I was the most loyal to them. And when I tried to quit, the owner came to me and it's like, "It's not about money. It's like, I'm making so much more in this business," or whatever. And then I finally quit. And I was like, those poor people, like we talk so often and I never heard from them again. Like, so even like a small business with your friends and family, when you quit, a lot of times they can just walk away. So I know where you work. They don't care. You're just a cog in their
No,
wheel.
they don't. Yeah, and I've never even met any of these people in person. Everything's virtual.
Yeah.
And like my manager, like my direct supervisor, and the whole team are all like really nice people. So like I have no qualms with them. And I even told her, I said, I was like, well, I knew coming in like a company this size was probably gonna have, like there's probably just some software that spits out like a graph or some like report that upper levels of management just see numbers and then it just rolls down to like our level. So I was like, I never had any expectation other than that, like I'll have to deal with some nonsense like this. And I just was like, it's not for like a try. Like I'll try, and if it doesn't, if it ends up being where I'm promoted to customer, at least I gave it a shot. But that's why crypto's booming, the meme coins are bouncing, all this is the podcast. I mean, I guess I do need to update the audio feeds for whatever reason. Somebody asked for that, so I do need to fix that. I'm figuring it out as I go, and then and I'm feeling like more motivated these days because of freeze dried Colombian coffee with adaptogens and nootropics that I've been drinking.
Oh, do you guys have a
no?
Lewis has got to give you guys a promo code. That would be hilarious.
It's not
Crowd
even.
Boys
You know what?
So does Crowd.
You know what,
Boys
man? I have nothing bad to say about the business. It seems like a great venture on Lewis's part. It combines, it combines a lot of his interest, coffee and supplements. And I've been on record before many times. I've expressed my what's the word I'm looking
love
for?
for grifting.
No.
I know he made that comment. I saw that. Not on Twitter. I saw him make a negative comment about people that use the word grifter.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, all right, well, it's not even 6 degrees removed from you being like associated with grifting. Yeah. Like I don't think of Lewis as a grifter. He's a schemer for sure and a businessman. But I mean, sitting right next to him is probably like one of the top grifters.
So I mean, we can get into that in a second. Look, I want to go back and say recently.
We're gonna wrap up soon. Maybe what I was trying to say is that I have in many times I'm on record expressed my fondness for instant coffee. That my regular use of freeze dried coffee crystals every morning.
Yeah.
They, I find myself many times I don't have the time or I don't want to brew like a pot of coffee. So I'll my brand that my usual go-to is Cafe Bustelo Instant, and I'll just dump a lot of that.
Dude, my buddy loves that stuff.
Dude, the Cafe Bustelo Instant.
The guitarist of my band lived off of that. That's all he had in his house.
It's the best of the brands you get off the shelf at the store, like the instant coffees like that. It has the best taste and it goes down the easiest and it really perks you up. It's got a lot of caffeine.
His counter above his coffee had the instant, and then he had the bricks of the regular coffee, how it comes in the bricks that are sealed.
But here's the thing. I'm already quite very acquainted with and fond of instant coffee. So it just it makes sense. Lewis is starting the Body Brain coffee for the brain in your body.
Yeah.
Which is freeze.
We can go to the website if you want to read why he started. I did.
Yeah,
I read
and
the about section.
I've not been in communication with him. He has not reached out to offer anything in regards to sponsoring. I'm just saying I support him in this venture. I love instant coffee already. And and how do you improve something that's already perfect, like instant coffee? Adaptogens and nootropics, which are found in Body Brain.
Yeah, let's bring the website up.
Both of them.
Let's bring the website up here for Lewis. I got in the comments when I recently did a little mini consulting for a DeFi company thing that I was working with. Back to you quitting your job or whatever the hard way, and they're trying to create all these systems where they can just plug anybody into their business because their long-term goal is to sell the company that they're building to somebody else. And if it isn't all cogs in a wheel, they can't sell it. So I think one of the issues with businesses today is people don't go into them like the Arizona iced tea guy where they want to run a business and make money for the rest of their life. They go in and they try to build these businesses that they're going to sell. And in order for them to sell them, they got to turn them into these machines. And I deal with Amazon a lot too. And everybody there is just a cog in the wheel. So you can't get anything done anymore. And sometimes they do break down with you on the phone and they're like, I'm sorry. Like, I want to help you. They just don't give me the ability to do it. And I don't know what to do for you. So like we can keep talking on the phone, but like, I can't, maybe I can escalate this. So like, that's what that lady sounds like she was telling you. They're like, they're just trying to create these systems so that when you're gone, they can plug anybody else into your spot. Unfortunately. But I've gone through Lewis's website here. If you read our story, it's pretty funny because we know Lewis, but this is.
Yeah, I read that story and I was wondering like, who's this talking about? Because it mentions like for me, a guy in my age range, 30 to 34, and it's like, well, he's 42.
No, when he started going through his I mean, that's crazy. When I'm 50, I get mine tested every year.
Listen to this. Hold on. Colombian freeze-dry coffee, Tonkat Ali, ashwagandha, lion's mane mushroom, L-theanine. I mean, this thing is packed to the gills.
So I take L-theanine
and nootropics.
Lion's mane is really good, but I take ashwagandha and L-theanine every night before bed. They work really well at lowering your cortisol levels while you sleep, so you can get some whatever. So, I mean, I quit coffee, so I won't be partaking in this because it's caffeinated.
I'll buy it. The pre-order starts May 16th. I'll buy it back.
I bet if you guys reach out, you guys can get a promo code.
No, you know what? I'll buy it back.
No, first. I mean like for the show, like this could be the Crowder Boys first.
Yeah, that's why I'm singing the praises now, dude.
I appreciate Lewis's
instant coffee is the shit,
Lewis's drive to try new things because his book is releasing at almost the same time.
Yeah,
he's got a book out too.
He's
Forks
a media
and Spoons.
mogul, dude. He's the Tyler Perry of podcasting. He's doing everything.
Medea's dad gets stabbed.
Yeah. Medea goes to Jamaica
again.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for it. I think that it's great. I like Lewis. I think a lot of people believe everything they see in the podcast, just like I'm starting to see it now with our podcast. People really believe that you're 100%, like Robbie believes on my Twitter account still. You know what I mean? So yeah, so people believe what they want to believe.
I support anybody, trying to make, anybody following their dreams, whether it's, writing a book or podcasting or starting a coffee company that infuses the coffee with adaptogens and nootropics.
Yeah.
Both.
What I wanted to say about Dave Smith grifting, and we've talked about this before. I don't think that Dave Smith is like a full-on grifter. I've followed him for a long time, but there is a point in your life, And if you watched Legion of Skanks, you kind of saw when Dave started being quiet during certain bits, he made a conscious decision to like not separate himself from Legion of Skanks, but
he definitely started politicking.
Yeah, he started to be a little bit whatever. And so like it's kind of like Ron Paul, who wants the whole government to shut down and stuff, but he was a politician and then he ran, libertarian wasn't working, so he ran as a Republican. And so at some point you have to make a decision, like, can you reach more people by making a little bit of a move? And also the problem then becomes you start following the money, and it's like, at what point are you giving, like, selling out is such a tough, like, line, because it's like you're going to get paid to do this thing, right? And if you can go to that thing and give them like 80% of your truth, but you have to, like, 20 of it you have to kind of keep shut about, do you go do it so they learn 80%? And then the next one will pay you, but you have to, you can say 75%, you lose 25. Like, where is the line where you're selling out, and where is the line that you're getting some of your ideas seen and talked about?
I just wonder, does anybody doubt themselves anymore? Because like everything that I think and say and like do, I'm constantly like questioning and second guessing and doubting myself. And I see so many people now online, like a lot of these thought havers, people who do have thoughts for a living.
Yeah.
And say them, they speak with like this brazen confidence, like they're right about everything, and they never doubt themselves. And even when they're wrong, they find a way to spin it how they were actually right. And I'm very cautious about that. Like, I kind of am like wary of that kind of personality, that kind of guy, because it's just like, okay, so if you're like at no point you ever doubting what you're saying or questioning yourself, and you just have like complete conviction. I don't know, man. That reads to me like con artistry. That's like Trump. That's like the Trump thing, like in that movie, which I haven't seen, but I saw the clip where Sebastian Stan as Trump was saying like, deny. I'm never. The truth is what I say. I'm right. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing. Where I feel like anyone who's actually like having thoughts and thinking about things and pondering their own thoughts would be filled with doubt. Dude, this is what Cardinal Ray Fiennes says in that movie Conclave when they're trying to decide who the next pope is going to be. Is he says like the sin that I am most he says only the sin that scares me the most now is confidence.
Yep.
Like being like completely confident, because it's like if you're confident,
yep,
and completely sure of like what you're thinking or whatever, then there is no faith. Like I think that's what he says, something to that effect. I don't remember exactly how he says it, but he's like, in the presence of doubt, that's where we find faith. Like, so he's like, I want a pope who doubts, who is not, completely confident, who sins and asks for forgiveness and keeps going.
I can speak on this a little bit with Dave about the journey, because if you go deep into the philosophy of libertarianism, all the way down to a self-ownership and the non-aggression principle, and you work on that philosophy, it's very sound and valid conceptually. And so when you're just working within that philosophical structure at the beginning of that, other libertarians that have done the work that go from Libertarian Party to minarchist over to anarchist understand the amount of cognitive dissonance and everything that you have to go through to get to this like scientific idea of what a moral world would look like. But then once you do that, it's really difficult for anybody who hasn't done the work to kind of see it, and they doubt you. Then the problem happens, and I watched him do this. He wasn't getting any views discussing these philosophical aspects, right? Because he's telling the conclusion to this very long personal journey that you have to go to. on. And so then he starts creeping into these other elements of war and stuff. And he's, in his mind, he's got that foundation, but he's not explaining that to the viewer. So he's pulling the confidence that he should have from this objective philosophy that he's gone through into politics, which is social pressure, and whoever has the biggest gun gets what they want. Might makes right, which are two opposing libertarian.
Well, here's the
things.
thing: nobody who's doing anything great with their lives, uses the word grifter. You never hear anybody who's doing great things with their life say the word grifter.
You know that
what does that
Lewis is
say?
going
What
to
does
have
that say
Dave's
about?
back no matter what. Like he'll talk to him behind closed doors, but you know him. The thing is, for me, is like, I mean, grifter is obviously just a label. It's like, you know, grifter with a hard R or whatever. But it's like,
Just
when does it become not
media
grifting
landscape-
versus?
By the way, a media landscape nowadays that is festooned with grifters. That's like mostly grifters. But you're a loser if you ever actually say that word. You know.
Yeah.
You
yes,
just
I
wish
agree.
you wish you were Benny Johnson. You
Here's the
wish
thing,
you were
though.
fucking Tim Pool, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder. And you know what? It's not just the right. You know, you wish you were Chapo Trap House. You
But there
wish
was
you were
plenty of
Hassan
grifters.
Piker.
I see Rachel Maddow as a grifter. Like,
Sure.
all of them they're just reading scripts. But I guess here's my thing, though. It's like you and me right now. Everybody is wearing like a couple of different masks. I'm a pretty authentic person. Most people don't like it. and don't-
P-A-R-T-Y?
They don't like who I am. I'm kind of used to it. But the people that do like me kind of get it. They really like me. So I'm very polarizing, as most say. But the point of that being is, even I am not being 100% fully myself on camera. And we also have Big Brother YouTube over us, where there's certain things that you can't say because I don't want anything to happen to your channel. So I'm not being myself. And so at some point it's like saying, you know, oh, you're not being 100% authentic to this thing. Where's the grifter line, I guess, is my point. Where's the sellout line? Because I don't really think Dave Smith is a grifter, but I do think like the N-word lady is a grifter.
Oh, Shiloh?
Either of them. I'm not caught up on the Twitter. I've been off Twitter with
The Twitter?
With the Twitter, dude. I've been off the Twitter.
The
dude.
Twitter and the Facebook
and
the
Facebooks
Instagram.
and the young kids today. I did see like the two people. There's like a race war about two people like getting GoFundMe's or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's different groups of people talking over each other because like she said the N-word at that kid and started that fundraiser and raised a bunch of money, and then people were saying like, well, I don't know if this is right. Like this seems bad, like a bad thing that's happening. And then it, you know, rather than engage in that conversation, everyone that's on her side would just respond by saying, well, I don't think it's right for a black kid to stab a white kid at a track meet. And it's like, well, y'all are like, essentially what's happening is you're having two different conversations and just not even like really engaging with each other what's actually being said.
Literally, all I know about this is from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, and that's exactly what Shane said. Shane said, look, I don't want to get political, but saying a word versus stabbing somebody in the chest to death, he's like, I think you should be able to say the word. I don't think you should be able to stab somebody in the chest to
my
death.
whole thing is it's two different events that occurred that
I don't really know the whole story. I know the story. I was on Twitter when the kid got stabbed, but I wasn't on Twitter with the N-word lady. So she just said the N-word and somebody filmed her.
Some kid, I don't know. She called a child the N-word and now she's a millionaire. So
What's crazy is like we all say the N-word, right?
I guess so, but it just
like,
seems like
where's
a false.
my money?
It seems like a false equivalence because it's just like two completely disparate, isolated incidences that occurred that are now being conflated with each other. When it's like they're both bad. I mean,
here's my question:
both of these things that are happening suck.
Yeah.
And I don't. Yeah, I've seen the videos of Carmelo Anthony and his family wearing like tuxedos at
Yeah.
press event. These
Well,
events.
here's the perfect thing, right? So this lady, like, is she like, did she choose the grifter life, or did the grifter life choose her? Because it's like so many people have said the N-word, right? But not so many people have gotten a GoFundMe that made $1 million. So I kind of feel like there's a hand in the background that's like pushing her in the algorithm so that she makes this money that she doesn't know about. Some puppeteers
Right.
that are like,
She's
can push,
being-
they're
she's
hawk
being
to it in her.
weaponized.
Yeah, she's getting hawk to it and she doesn't even realize it.
That's what I said. That was the thing I said, was that like if she continues on this journey, this all comes to a screeching halt with a crypto scam.
The N-word coin.
Yeah,
dude?
she starts N-word coin, and it's a rug pull, and then everybody's calling her the
And you
N-word.
can't tell everybody because you can't tell everybody you bought the coin. So
Yeah,
you can't even.
you can't let people know
It's
you
a
got
perfect crime,
you got
dude.
scammed on N-word coin.
It's a perfect crime, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we didn't realize how good we had it when it was just Hawk Tua. Like everybody was like complaining about her or saying this is cringy or this 15 minutes or whatever, and we didn't realize like how innocent we were, that just a few
Just
a
a
few
month
months
ago, dude.
later we would get N-word mom. It's like, oh, this is, you know what? Bring back Hawk 2 actually was better for us than
So
this.
here's the thing with all these people, right? So I still say this today, and like I don't think Hawk Tua did anything wrong.
No,
right?
I don't think so.
She's the patsy in all of this. She's the face that people put behind the scam. But I don't think maybe she did. I doubt she got even any money from that coin. I think the people that rugged it took all the money. They know that she's getting blamed, and they're in the wind. And if they would do that to anybody, these guys are going to come in and grift. And the whisperers will always grift in the ear and then leave somebody at the scapegoat. Like Trump is doing a lot of bad stuff, right? And Biden was doing bad stuff. But most of the bad stuff they were doing when they were in office wasn't them. It's this like non-elected group of people behind the scenes that you can't get out of government.
Dude, I'm starting to, by the way, I just thought of something.
I know what you're going to say, because I was just thinking this too.
No, I just kind of like drifted away for a second because I just remembered something. And so this is like completely unrelated.
Is this about both sides?
Well, oh yeah. Well, when you think about it, both sides are kind of the same.
Yeah.
But no, I just we'll wrap up with this. I'm starting to I feel bad. I don't watch the show, and I don't think it's good. But I'm starting to like. I do feel bad for that actress or actor or whatever that
looks like Shane Gillis.
Bella Ramsey. This not. Well, I don't know what they identify as. I believe it's they or a they.
She's British, right?
Yeah, we'll just say
she's got British head.
She has British face. I feel she's on that show The Last of Us, and I do feel like and hey, look, I'm not innocent in this, so it's where I'm starting to kind of like, I guess regret my own actions. The way people are talking about her online, just like her appearance and all of that, her acting ability. I do feel. I don't know. Like I feel like that's not a good thing to do to somebody. Like a young lady like that who's like.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and she's getting to live this dream life of being an actor, right? But
She kind of looks like Amanda Bynes ended up. So maybe when she's done, she'll look like the Amanda Bynes in the beginning.
Damn, dude, she's starting out as 40-year-old Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, and maybe she'll go in reverse. When she's done, she'll look like young,
I feel like
attractive
this
Amanda
hate
Bynes.
campaign that's being, presented, this campaigning against her, from the people online, like the sort of vitriol with which people are speaking about this woman.
I was
It
talking
just
about.
it seems so fucking mean, dude. It's like people
But here's,
being so
here's
mean
what's
about this
crazy, right?
lady.
So, I mean, maybe somebody's already made this joke. I haven't been online, so like in the real world, people aren't talking about this as much as on Twitter. But it all seems very pedophilic to me because, like, it just seems weird that adults are like looking at what are basically children that are doing Snow White movie and whatever this other movie. I'm like, these kids aren't hot, dude. I want hot, young. We're the hot kids, and it's like,
I
dude,
will
if she's a
say-
good actor, let her play the role. What do you
I'm
care
gonna
if
say-
she's not
I'll say
hot? Why do you want
something.
your kids to be so hot?
And
These
I'm not even a
bulls.
fan. I'm
It's
not a
weird.
fan of those video games. I thought they were boring. It's like, yeah, if I want to watch a movie, I'll watch a movie. I'm playing a video game to play a video game. You're making me sit through some bullshit.
Yeah.
So, that character in the game versus like what the actor looks like, this Bella Ramsey gal.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like very disconnected. It's very
they don't look alike.
It's like the character in the game is like a very like
What movie is she in? I don't know. I don't
it's
know.
that
much of the
show
story.
The Last of Us on HBO.
There's a video game that is
So it's
based
a
off of?
video game that came out years ago that was very
Okay.
popular that was made by Naughty Dog, who did Crash Bandicoot, Jack and Daxter, Nathan Drake, the Uncharted games. So then they did The Last of Us, which is like a post-apocalyptic zombie fucking thing. But it's like the game itself is mostly like a movie. It's like you play the game a little bit and then you have to sit through some fucking bullshit. I never thought it was fun. Like I didn't enjoy it. But then the show they started doing this show on HBO, and this lady they cast to be the girl from the game just looks so wildly different from what the character looks like in the game. Like this actor, this Bella Ramsey, she looks like me.
Yeah.
I've
seen her, and I was just like, she looks unique, but I like that. Like especially when I'm watching like on a medieval show, like when I watched Wheel of Time.
She should be in the show.
The characters they picked were very ambiguous, and I like that because it actually took me out of it when there was a white lady and Asian dude, because I was like, how did this white lady and this Asian dude? But the rest of the characters that were ambiguous kind of like makes it makes the world seem more realistic.
Yeah, I mean, I think this actor, this Bella Ramsey, she would do very well in a show where she's like has to wear a suit of armor. But this
she pulls the face mask down.
where you just don't see your face, and she just does voiceover for the character.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the anger that's being like projected at her by like all the people online, like just the way people are talking about her. I don't know, man. It seems so mean spirited to me. And trust me, I'll go back. I'm not innocent in this.
Yeah,
I've commented on her appearance, and I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, she does. I don't know if she even. I think she says she's non-binary. So
I don't think
she's a
does
they
she.
or-
Do you know if she
I don't
watches
even
the show?
fucking know, dude.
Does she watch Cornfed?
I think so. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, Dalton and me are just joking around.
We're just trying to
Yeah.
learn. We're trying to grow here, and I'm just saying that, like, I don't know, man. I'm extremely online.
You ever watch
but I
British
still-
panel shows? I watch a lot of British panel comedy. I like that. The panel shows.
I see
with
clips every now and
Jimmy
then.
Carr.
Fucking Jimmy
I don't like them
Carr
as much anymore. They've been very Americanized, where like Jimmy got his hair done and some facial restructures or whatever. But one thing I like about it is they had yellow crooked teeth. They had like they would just wear like their own clothes. They were like real people.
Yeah.
And so now I think everybody sees all these filters or whatever, and I don't know. It's like it's kind of cool when you just see like they have to be able to act, and they can't be a diversity hire or whatever. But if she was the best actress for the job, and she looks a particular way, it's like there is people that look like that in the world. You know, I don't know. It freaks me out more when people are into like like that Asian woman that was talking about San Francisco and Boston. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
It freaked me out because I couldn't watch it because I was like, is she got a filter on, or why is her skin got no pores in it and no
That's Asian
wrinkles?
skin. They do. The Asians have a very stringent and complex.
I don't know. I
skincare
think she's
routine.
doing that powder stuff. I sell these beauty products now. So they have this white powder they can put on that fills
She's wearing
all
kabuki.
the stuff.
She's wearing kabuki makeup.
Not full kabuki, but it's like she looked weird to me. Like the more I watched it, was freaking me out because she looked like a cartoon character. She
I
hit the
couldn't even
uncanny
sit through
valley.
that video. She was so annoying to me. I mean, it's like I don't even care what she's saying.
I thought it would be a good video for Robbie because she was like, "This is for the San Francisco and the Boston boys," and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, New York boys." I was like,
I
"Oh, this is
posted that
Robbie
I was
Goodman."
just trying to figure out what Asian she is, and I said I thought definitely not Korean. She doesn't. It doesn't look like she has Korean eyes.
No,
I
but
was
the
thinking
angle
some
that
kind
she
of
filmed it at was
Chinese.
weird. She gave herself the way she filmed it. She had a bigger chin, like she was a jungle Asian, right?
I was thinking like either
But-
classic
but if-
Chinese, Malaysian, Himalayan to like some kind of.
I think she was a Korean breed, half breed, Korean and
She,
another.
well, that's the thing is
another.
like I spoke with
Asian.
foolish confidence where I said definitely not Korean, and then I went through her TikTok to see if she made any mention of what kind of Asian she is, and then I found like one comment where she said that she is Korean.
Yeah,
And
she
I was
looks
like, man,
Korean, but
boy
with
do
the
I
mix.
have Egg Foo Young on my face. And that's the show, everybody.
Yeah,
be nice. I guess what I'm getting at is everybody, let's be nice to each other. Please don't be mean to me. Please don't be mean to anybody. It's
You
like,
guys can be mean to me. It
You know,
honestly
I'm-
doesn't bother me. So if you have some mean comments that you want to make, and rather than point them at Dalton, you can point them at
well, I
me.
mean, I guess like what I'm getting at is just like, I'm extremely online, but I'm still like
If they're funny.
connected to some kind of humanity. So like, I tend to kind of avoid like being mean, saying mean things to people, or being very nasty and rotten toward people.
Yeah.
And I see, I see a lot, on the internet. I'm not the first person to talk about this.
It depends.
It's just, I
don't-
guess
I don't
like
think everybody's trying
like,
to be mean though. I think people are trying to be funny and they miss.
yeah, and
it's
they
hard to
think,
tell
like,
online without.
yeah, they've spent the
meaning
last
them.
fucking decade watching Kill Tony, and they think being funny is just being as fucking mean as possible to somebody.
Yeah.
That's their idea of being funny.
Or Bobby
So-
Kelly and Rich Voss. But I got to say, growing up in the Boston area, I kind of got that in me too. So I get it.
There's definitely there is like a very what's the word I'm looking for? Like there is a sort of like camaraderie to ball busting. Yes,
Yeah.
there is like an earnestness, a togetherness with ball busting, but that's like it's also like it's like nuance where it's like it depends on the relationship you have with somebody,
Yeah.
how long you've known them, like what's the rapport you have with this person, and I think there's just like a ton of people who I don't know what ideas they got as to what they think is funny. I think there's a lot of people who are just mean. I think there's a lot of people who never matured
Yeah, I can see
past
that.
like teenage level, just being mean to people.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't want to like try and spread the continued pussification of this country, but I don't know. There's a part of me that like as I get older and I've dealt with like some of this shit myself and I can feel like this, I don't know, the way it can like mentally, emotionally affect you, it's just like, please don't be mean to me. And please don't be mean to anybody.
I dated this woman from Oregon, I think, and she moved across country or whatever. And this is the reason I bring it up, because I'm on the East Coast where there's a lot of ball busting and stuff that's going on in Boston and stuff. It's kind of like a rite of passage. But when she came here, she didn't even get sarcasm. So she would I would make something like she was very earnest. And so my sarcastic thing and her earnestness didn't mix. So I think sometimes people online now, because you have the whole world interacting, I've noticed this with you and Robbie. You guys are much more earnest than I am, and I'm more.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm more dry and comical. And it's funny because I'll even watch the chat too. When I'll make a joke that kind of gets pushed over, half the chat will think I'm true, like being a dickhead, and the other half I see a couple other people get that I was making a joke. So I just think people, and as the world's coming together, we have different cultures, even within the United States, that are butting heads. And like, and I know that if I hung out with a bunch of the people from Cornfed, I know I'm going to be hanging out with Drew and Brosif and Krog, at least at Skankfest, and whoever else I run into, Michael Hall, whoever else I run into in person, we'll have a blast. You know what I mean? It's Twitter is not real to me, and people have different personalities. So maybe I'm being naive, and I do know there is some mean people. I don't feel like people are trying to make me cry or Lewis cry online. I think they're trying to be funny and relatable.
Yeah.
For the most part. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Life is a journey. It's an education.
But if it hurts your feelings, then I get why it could be taxing, especially like if you have a sore spot that you're working on, and then people keep poking at that wound every time you go online. It's like, okay, yes, I get it. I'm working on that. I'm like working on that now or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what? You know why? You know why it seems like. Hold on. What was that? How's it go? You know why? You know why it seems like God is quiet?
I do not.
Because the teacher don't talk during the test.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but God also knows
You know
when you're joking or not, right?
I'm trying to remember what that was. It was like a picture of like Stewie and Brian sitting on a curb.
Yep.
It's like the teacher don't talk during the test.
So that's another. So have you ever seen like every now and again, like your algorithm on like mine, basically on YouTube, but not on Twitter. Your algorithm will just come across like somebody wholesome.
Yeah.
And it's just like two wholesome people, and they're like, "Oh, hey, good morning, everybody. We wanted to read this Bible verse to you," and they just like read a Bible verse. You got to know when like not to go into their comments and be mean and rude to them, because they're in a whole different. There's no chaos in their life.
I love that shit, dude. Whenever
I do
find
too, but I'm
someone-
saying that's an audience that you are actually being mean if you go to their comments and say something mean, because they're not built. They're not in the slums and the gutters of like when you're going to Skank, like, when they thought I was being mean to Nikki because she looks wholesome and sweet and she's a beekeeper. She's a Skank fan that beats up girls at Skank Fest.
You know who I love right now? Who I think is like the North Star for everybody right now. This is like what we can eat. Have you seen Thomas Skinner?
No.
Dude, now we'll wrap up with this. Dude.
If he's an outdoorsy guy, then yes. I've been watching a lot of this dude that does these outdoors. This guy who was a lawyer that quit it to do these outdoors things with his kids.
What is today? Today is
It's Saturday the 11th.
Saturday.
Well, actually, it's Sunday the 11th. Yes, it was Saturday the 10th.
I'm trying to see. Let me see if there's one that he.
Unless you're on the West Coast.
I'm trying to see if he posted one today. Give me a second. Let's see. See, the problem with the internet also is like the only websites that work are YouTube. Like if I try to pull up fucking TikTok on here, I mean, can I pull up a TikTok on a web browser?
That I don't know. I don't have TikTok.
Oh, actually, I guess you can.
I give my information to the Chinese via Google and ChatGPT.
Oh, I guess you can pull up a TikTok. Let's see. Is this him? Yeah, here we go. I gotta see. Did he post one today? No, this ain't it. God, how do you see? What are the latest? How do you see the latest that someone did?
I don't.
Oh, here we
use
go.
TikTok.
Latest. I guess he didn't post one today.
I'm trying to see if I can find the.
Well, you know what? We'll just do the most recent one. Man, this is fucking horrible podcasting I'm doing.
This is great, dude. This is a great show. It's late. People are having a blast. Raphael's still tussling with the feelings of Nikki leaving the show. He didn't bust his nut before she left, so he's
Yeah.
upset. So he's all pent up now.
Well, anyway, so this is the what you're talking. This is the guy right now.
I love to see it.
This should be everybody's example for how to live life right now. This is the man, and this is good, wholesome. Just dude, check. I love this guy. I love this guy so much. I genuinely feel inspired when I see when he pops up on my feed. All right, here we go.
Good morning and happy Tuesday, you lovely, lovely people. Now, I hope you had a fantastic bank holiday week.
Oh, that food looks disgusting.
Those batteries, but today is back to graft. And of course, we're starting the day the right way in the best cafe in East London, Dino's Cafe. And look what I've got today. One of my favourite breakfasts, the lovely steak pie, an handful of round chips, the baked beans, the green peas, and you know me, I never look when I pour because I am the absolute governor. Now, guys, I want to wish you all a fantastic day. When you go out today, when you're having a hard time, you're feeling down, you're feeling tired, keep on believing in yourself because you are 10 times stronger than you could ever imagine. All you got to do is put one foot in front of the other and keep on moving forward. I promise you, it might take you a week, a month, a year. If you keep on going, you can reach the sky. You can hit your dreams. Anything is possible. So, believe in yourself today. Do not go home until you're proud and always give it 110%. Happy Tuesday. Let's make this week count. Abash.
Dude.
So I like the message, but when I see that stuff, it cringes me out because it seems rehearsed.
No, dude, he's the absolute governor.
When he said that, all I could think about Bart saying that on The Simpsons. Dude.
That's the absolute governor you just saw, dude. He's not. That's not rehearsed. That's not contrived. That's the absolute governor right there.
That food looks disgusting, and I actually love that
actually,
stuff.
dude,
I love beans for breakfast, but have you ever had British baked beans, dude? They stink, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. The British people talk shit about British food, but that steak pie looks interesting. I do want to try that.
I love a good scrambler with hash browns and baked beans for breakfast. Maybe a little bit of toast on the side with some peanut butter. But I don't know. I've had British food before. It is.
I've had that one.
It's what black people think white people eat.
Dude, I've had that one British breakfast where it's not bad. It's like a bunch of different sausages and tomatoes and beans, but then there's that one where it's just like congealed blood that they fry up. That black pudding. That's really gross. I did not care for that. And it's just like it's like pig's blood that they cook. It is black, but it's not pudding. It's just like blood. I think it's just like fried blood. Okay, we'll wrap up with this.
That grosses me out. Dude.
$5. Anyway, that was Thomas Skinner. He's the absolute governor. $5 from Hachi Mission. We'll wrap up with this thin watermelon. I do like this one, so we'll wrap up with this.
I was trying to find that outdoorsy guy that I've been watching. I thought I started following him because his videos rule, dude.
Here we go.
Oh, dude. Dude, that show freaking rules, dude. Did you see the haunted house episode of that show?
Which one?
He takes people on the scariest haunted house that there ever
Nathan
was.
for you?
Yeah, you remember he had the show where he'd help people grow businesses or make businesses.
Yeah, that was Nathan for you.
Yeah, so he had one where they go on the scariest haunted house ever, and they have to sign a waiver before they go in. I don't really want to explain it, but if you've ever seen it, it's very
Yeah,
very
because
good.
the whole concept of the show is that it's like extremely convoluted business.
Basically,
plans.
basically it's a they go in to this whatever, and then in the middle of and they sign a waiver saying that anything that happens, it's super scary, whatever. They sign a waiver, and then somebody gets injured in the haunted house, so the ambulance comes, and the ambulance picks them up and then drives into this thing, and like the person's dying on the thing and they're getting resuscitated or whatever. And then when they get there and they're all freaking out or whatever, and this guy's like losing his mind, and they get out of the ambulance and they go into the hospital, it just has a sign that says "End of ride here." So like they don't realize that when they're in the ambulance and everything, that it's still part of the haunted house or whatever. They do a good job in that show of mixing reality with reality TV.
Oh, you should watch this new season of his new show, The Rehearsal.
Yeah.
That guy is a genius. Like I genuinely, he's one of those guys where like, there's a lot of things I watch where I'm like impressed by like what someone came up with, but then like once I see it, I can kind of see the how they came up with like their ideas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This show I'm watching.
Where do you come up with your ideas?
Where do you get your ideas from? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm watching this show and the whole time I'm just like, I have no clue how anyone like thought, like how he could think of this. Like I don't know where this is coming from. I don't understand.
I missed which show this is. The
This
cartoon?
is a new show, The Rehearsal. So like,
Okay.
the premise of this season is that we've seen in the news lately that like these planes are crashing more.
Yep.
So he's like taking this interest in commercial aviation accidents and crashes and all that, and he goes to like a seminar speech that's being given by the head of the National Transit Safety Board, or the former head of, right? And then
so it takes place in current time?
Yes, it's very current.
Okay.
And so he goes up to the guy and he talks to him, and he's like the voiceover where he's explaining, he's like, I gotta play this the right way. I gotta be careful about it because I can't let him know that this is a comedy show, because then he won't want to talk to me. So he goes up to this guy and he's got like all these like binders and folders and shit. And he's just having this like very earnest conversation with the dude where he's like, I got all these black box recordings I've been researching. And he tells the guy, he's like, what I've noticed, like the commonality between all these accidents is this conflict that occurs between the pilot and the co-pilot. Like these like breakdowns in communication between them, where the pilot is maybe not making the decision they should, or they're doing the wrong thing, and the co-pilot either tries to speak up and get shut down, or just is too afraid to speak up. And the guy tells him, he's like, oh yeah, that's something that like I was aware of at my time as like the head of the NTSB, but it was he was like, it was never anything we could get the FAA on board with, of like actually training people or paying for. And so he tells him, he goes, look, I have a lot of money I could actually put into this. And he's not, and so the premise is that it's HBO's money. And so the premise is that he's going to use the money they've given him to make a TV show to actually study commercial aviation and see if there's a better way to like prevent these accidents from continuing to happen, to see like what's causing this that can be like resolved in some way. But he says, but here's the catch: HBO paid me to make a comedy show.
Oh yeah,
and he's like, and we're 10 minutes into the first episode, and there hasn't been anything funny that's happened.
So this is similar to, what was the other thing you were telling me about, where the guy got the money to make a movie about like Jell-O or something? It's got Seth Rogen in it, and then
that's
Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's
Kool-Aid
the
movie.
Apple show, the studio. This is like,
Well, it's similar where he was like,
This
here's
show is
money
more
to
of
make
like-
this movie, and then he lies and has to get a secondary
Yeah,
thing.
but this
and
new Nathan
subtext.
Fielder show, like this season, is more like blurring the lines between reality and fiction
Yeah.
because, like, it seems like he's genuinely doing what he said he's going to do, which is like researching commercial aviation and like talking to pilots and doing all this like actual research into this, but then at the same time making a comedy show.
Yeah.
And dude, the last episode I watched, I don't know if a new one's come out since then. He did this full. I don't want to spoil all of it because it's like so insane, but he did this full breakdown of the Sully Sullenberger crash where they had to emergency where Sully, remember that when he landed the plane in the Hudson River?
Yeah.
So he goes through this whole.
It was the
just
miracle because it's like it shouldn't have been able to happen.
Dude, he like what actually happens in the episode is so crazy. I don't even know how to explain like what it is he does. But eventually he gets to this point, you know, in Sully's life, like he's reading Sully's book, where Sully starts like talking about popular music. Like he hasn't mentioned music up till this point. Then around 2002, he says he notices that Sully's all of a sudden talking about like musicians he likes in the book. And it just so happens it's around the time the iPod first came out. And he says that Sully mentions many times the band Evanescence and their big hit that, you know, wake me up. So the conclusion he comes to is that in the black box recording of that flight, between the conversation he's having with the co-pilot and when he actually takes action, there's 23 seconds of silence. And he says the chorus for that song just so happens to be 23 seconds long. So he makes this argument that during that emergency landing, that crash, that what allowed Sully to land that plane
He's like, he
was
just
that
got
he put
drunk.
in his iPod and listened to the
Yeah, he got drunk. He put that song in, and he's like, "Let's do it, baby." Dude, that would be if you had to land that plane. That would be a pretty kick-ass song to put
Dude,
in there,
one,
dude.
The road that he takes to get to that punchline, like the journey you go on in this episode,
Yeah.
it's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. But by the end of it, it all makes sense. But it is like one of the craziest fucking hours of TV I've ever seen. It starts off really bizarre and insane, and only gets more insane from there. Like, dude, it's so. I don't. Yeah, I don't. His mind, I don't understand. Like he must be like an actual, like what they call indigo children. Like he has that kind of autism that's like the next evolution of humanity. Like they talk about in Shane Black's The Predator. Like he's got that kind of autism that the Predator was trying to get to create a new superior race of predators.
I gave up on it because it kind of lost my attention because I was doing other stuff. But Carl Pilkington's got a TV show on Prime.
Jake me up inside.
And it's similar to that. It's an actual sitcom. It's not like a reality show like he's done in the past. It's like a kind of like a sitcom. It's actually kind of well written because he's got like it's kind of like Fight Club but a comedy where he's being mild-mannered all the time and wants to say stuff, but he keeps it to himself. And then he's got a split personality of himself that he talks to that's like, dude, fucking blow her off, dude. She's ruining your style, whatever. We don't need this shit.
Isn't this the plot to Me, Myself, and Irene?
And no, like, both characters are there, but he's constantly having a struggle where he's like, look, she's going to die soon. We're just doing this for her, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So he's just like a curmudgeon, though, with both characters. It's just that one of them is a curmudgeon dealing with stuff, and the other one is the curmudgeon that's like blow everything off. But it's a comedy. But when you watch it, you're like, this is so... The things that happen, you're like, who would even sit down and write this in the writer's room? And they do a really good job of it's almost like Ricky Gervais' Office, and
isn't it? taking a piss.
Yeah, with Carl as
having a laugh.
the theme, but also it's like ad libbed a lot, I think.
Because
Too.
I
But
am
anyways,
the absolute governor. I'm
yeah,
boss.
but when you were telling me that story, it reminded me of that because when you're watching it, you kind of get distracted from the story because you're like, who even thought about all the stuff that's going on?
Yeah,
Like,
it's so intricate, like the way he does TV is like it's so like convoluted and intricate, but then it all like wraps up at the end. Like he puts a bow on it where it's like similar to like Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like every episode of that show, I was like at the end of every episode, I'd be like, all the plots came together.
yeah, they did. Curb was a lot of. I like Seinfeld. It was part of my childhood or my adolescence or whatever. But when you watch Curb, you're like, oh, this is what Seinfeld should have been.
Right.
Like if they weren't restricted by TV, like by Thursday night, that whatever it was called, Tune In Thursdays or whatever.
Yeah, Curb is definitely a level up. Yeah. But I mean, he earned that. Like he had to work to get that kind of freedom.
Yeah, because who else would be like
for like a channel to just give him the money and allow him to just do whatever he wants? You know, you have to be the co-creator of Seinfeld for HBO to be like, yeah, just do whatever you want.
It also shows you like you start thinking, oh, like Larry was Seinfeld. Seinfeld was just the name they slapped on it.
I don't know. People, a lot of people say that, and it's I certainly am a bigger fan of Larry than I am Jerry. But I do think Seinfeld, the sitcom, was like a collaborative effort between them.
I do.
Like that kind of
like,
thing people say where it's like Larry was the actual one who did all the heavy lifting. It's like I think Larry brought himself and Jerry brought himself, and they, put their heads together and worked on each episode.
So I don't disagree, and so maybe you're right in the fact that like once he did Seinfeld, it gave Larry the ability to go on and do Curb. So like without one, the other one doesn't ever happen.
Right.
I won't disagree with that. They're both really good shows for different reasons. And there is something like to Seinfeld and Nate Bargatze being clean. So to be able to make...
What is his name? What did you just say?
Nate Bargatze?
Nate Bargatze?
What is it?
You made him Polish. You made him Polish.
What is it? Nate Bargatze.
I don't even know.
I think it's Nate Bargatze.
Yeah.
Anyways, they both do clean or Brian Regan. There's something about being clean. So there is something about being able to take Curb, putting it on TV for an audience and being clean the whole time and still being funny. It's kind of like dancing around the N-word when they're dancing around masturbation in some of the titles. Some of the stuff they didn't even have to be clean with, that they go super clean, just makes it funny. Like calling it Master of Your Domain makes it so much funnier.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada.
Shrinkage.
Yeah, shrinkage. Yeah, like there's so many adult topics that they come up with great, wholesome euphemisms for that became like ingrained into society. As much as people like Friends and they claim it's better than Seinfeld, I don't quote Friends very often, but I do quote Seinfeld, and we don't even recognize it a lot.
I saw a clip of Larry David doing stand up. He just had this one line that always stuck with me where he said, the closest I ever came to death was when I masturbated with 104-degree fever.
Who said this?
Larry David.
Dude, he's so good, dude. When they're talking about getting when Jeff gets him the sports massage and then he doesn't realize that she gives happy endings.
Yeah.
And then he gets the happy ending supposedly by accident and stops her and then feels guilty. And he's talking to Jeff in the office with like somebody else, I forget. And they're turning it around and they're like, he's like, I got to tell Cheryl. And he's like, do not tell Cheryl. He's like, it's not going to help her. It's not going to help you by telling her, just keep it to yourself. And he's like, but I did it. He's like, you didn't, you stopped it. He's like, who stops it? He's like, actually, yeah, who does stop it? He's like, it's actually kind of honorable what I did. He's like, it is honorable what you did. Like they totally like purposely gaslight him after he gets like one stroke. into a handy and calling it quits, calling that a noble feat. It's so good, dude. They do so everything is so good there.
Folks, when you after you subscribe to the Patreon,
check out Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Check out Curb Your Enthusiasm.
And if you're not really good with sitting down and watching an hour show, there's clips. You can watch
hey, look,
clips.
I have good news. It's only a half hour.
Oh yeah.
It's only a half hour.
There's no commercial, so it's a true half hour.
Yeah.
It's not 17 minutes like Seinfeld.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It does
Really?
end much better than Seinfeld. The ending is very funny.
Oh, the ending's always really good. My favorite ending is probably.
Oh no, I mean like the actual series finale.
Oh, the series finale, yes.
Because
my favorite.
they reference the Seinfeld finale, and they do like a correction. You know, however many years after.
the episode where Larry buys a utility knife and it's in plastic and he can't get at it because he doesn't have a utility knife.
Yeah.
And then it goes full circle, and then at the end he ends up buying scissors to finally cut the utility knife out. And then when he gets the end of it is he takes it out of the package, and both the scissors and the utility knife are in these plastic cases that you can't open. And then it just the whole show and the whole adventure is just him going out into the world to buy a utility knife. It ends with him buying scissors to cut the utility knife open after all the mayhem happens, and then being in the same spot where he can't open either of them.
It goes to show you that all the money in the world, won't fix all your problems.
Yeah, that's what Larry does teach us, dude.
So, folks, subscribe to the Patreon and then go check out Curb Your Enthusiasm. And if you like that, you might enjoy Seinfeld also. If you're on Instagram, go give Nikki Champagne a follow.
Don't
that's
harass
right.
her.
Nikki was
Please
here.
don't be horny to Nikki. Actually, she said she didn't want to promote anything, so don't go over there and bother her. Say hi to her at Skankfest and
You know
buy
what?
her a beer if you see
Just
her.
forget all about Nikki. Don't even.
Don't bring her up
forget
ever
she
again.
exists.
We might be able to get Stephanie back on the show. I talked to her. I talked to Nikki. She said she had a good time and she'd probably come back on in the future. Jess,
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
I don't
more
think
about these
Josie's
bees.
coming on. I think she was sweet to Dalton saying that her pussy stitch popped. But I wanted to ask her about her pussy stitches.
I would not bring that up to her.
So maybe
but,
we can reach back out to her.
I don't
and
know. I
ask
just
her.
haven't.
She's a comedian in
I gotta
Philly.
be honest with you. I put no effort into booking anything, so it's like I reached out. She said she couldn't do it that day, and then I just probably will never speak to her again unless I'm forced to.
And no one will answer me now because I have 63 followers.
Oh, that's right. You're on a burner again. Anyway,
Yeah,
look,
so
we'll figure it out.
anyways,
So please subscribe to the
we love you guys.
Patreons,
Yeah.
all the Patreons, and thank you for your continued support of the show. I don't know what this was referencing. We'll get to it next time. Whatever this thing was from Heihachi. But thank you for the money. Please give me. I like getting presents. But also more than anything, I just appreciate y'all appreciating what I do and what we all do here at the network. So good night.
Like this video, comment in this video. It helps the algorithm if you made it this far. Help Dalton out so he can get more people on the YouTube channel so he can build his Patreon because he's going to be jobless pretty soon, dude. He's going to be living in a van by a bridge, dude.
I wish I could afford a van.
Yeah.
End stream.